Improve your Flutter skills by building a Google Docs clone. You'll also learn more about Node.js, Express, sockets, MongoDB, and more. Ravan Ranawat is your teacher. Ravan has created a bunch of popular tutorials, and he is an excellent teacher.
In this tutorial, we are going to build Google Docs clone using Flutter and Node.js. This course is designed for beginners in Node.js and no prior knowledge of JavaScript is required. We will learn how to authenticate users with Google, keep the user logged in, create REST APIs to display and create new documents, build a powerful routing system to share link of our documents, and establish socket connection to allow users to collaborate with each other. They can type, color, bold, italicize, change size, and much more simultaneously. Prerequisite for this course is having a basic knowledge of Flutter. For state management, we will be using Riverpod. Before we get into this video, I'd like to invite you all to our Discord server. Link is mentioned in the description below. We will start off by creating a Flutter project. So we'll go to the Visual Studio Code, and in the empty project here, we will click on Command-Shift-P and then click on Flutter New Project option. Then we are going to generate an application, so we can click over here, and then we need to assign the folder where we need to store this. So we can go to the desktop, and here we will just create a new folder called docs clone flutter. Then click on create, and then we can select this folder to create the project in. Now we also need to name this project. Again, we will just name this docs clone flutter and then click on enter. Here you can see Flutter create is being run, and here you can see our project is ready. We need to start running it. Now just to test our application, we can obviously run it. So I'm going to run it on web. I'll just click on run and run it without debugging. Let's wait for it to know if we have successfully set up our application. So our application has started, and if you see it, our web version is running. Great. Now let's try to remove everything, all the boilerplate code. So I'm just going to grab all of it from here, remove it out, all the comments from here. And here I'm going to create a new folder called screens. Here we will create our very first screen called the login screen. This login screen is going to be very simple. It's just going to consist of a single button in the center, which is the Google button. So let's import material dart, then create a stateless widget and call this login screen. Here we are going to return a scaffold, and let's just return that so that we can see an empty screen and know this is working. We'll go to the main.dart file again, and here import login screen. We also remove this comment, and let's save, and you can see a blank white screen showing up. Great, that's exactly what we wanted. Now what we want is in the center a button showing up with a Google icon here, and then a button and a text saying sign in with Google. So to do that, we will go to the login screen, and in here in the body we'll pass in a center widget because we want it in the center. Then we will have a child, and now we want an elevated button with an icon, as you've seen in the picture already. We're not going to use the normal elevated button. Nope. We want elevated button.icon because we need to pass in an icon. It's not necessarily an icon because icon here accepts a return data type of widget. We can pass in a widget. It doesn't necessarily have to be icon or icon data. So here in the onPressed, I can just pass in an empty function. We'll look into that a bit later. Here now we want an icon. So to get the icon, you can go to this website. I'll mention the link in the description below. This is my GitHub repository where you can find all the source code for what we are doing it today. So to get this, well, we need the docs logo.png as well and the G logo, which is Google logo. We want both of them. So let's install them right away. Having installed both of them, here we will create an assets folder. This assets folder is going to contain all of our assets. If you want, you can change the font style, so you can bring in that here as well. Now in that assets, I'm going to have images, and in those images, we are going to put in our two images, which is this. I'll just drag them in the images folder, and here we have it. Cool. Now we will go to the pubspec.yaml file so that we register the images that we have in our application. So let's just uncomment these three lines, and here pass in assets/images, and then pass in docs-logo.png. Similarly, we are going to do it for G logo as well. So we'll just pass in G over here. And here you can see it says glogo2, so we can have glogo2, but you'll get 1 because I already had that image stored in my Finder or the Search Explorer. Having this, we can stop our app and restart it because, well, we can't restart it right now, but after fixing this error, we have to restart our application because we made changes in pubspec.yaml file. Now here in the icon, we have to pass in image.asset and pass in the asset name, which is, well, assets/images/glogo.png. Then in the label, we are going to pass in a text. So we will have constant text saying sign in with Google. Then I'll just put trailing commas so that it formats the document well enough. Now let's try to run our application and see where we've got. And here you can see it's saying unable to load asset, and the reason for that is here we need to pass in glogo2, not glogo. So I'll just save this much, and here you can see a big button showing up. Now the reason this button is so big is because this image size is pretty big. Now we need to reduce this image size. So what we can do is in the image.asset just pass in the height as 20. After we do this much, you can see it's pretty small. Now after having the appropriate height for this image, we still need this icon to be bigger, and it should be white in color and the text should be black in color. So let's make those changes pretty quickly. For the style, we'll just pass in elevated button.style from, and then we will have to pass minimum size. The minimum size is going to be constant size 150, 50. So this will represent the width and this will represent the height. Now you can see it's showing up good enough. Now we just need to change this to white. So we'll just pass in the background color, and the background color is going to be colors.white. Now instead of writing all our colors like this, normally what we can do is in the lib folder create a new file called colors.dart, and as and when we get a new color, for example colors.white or colors.blue, we can just save it in here. So how I'm going to save is constant k white color is equal to colors.white. Also import the material package because we are using colors, and then we can take this, pass it in here and import the package. You can see it works well. Now the reason we need to do this is because suppose we want this docs clone to be changing the theme. For example, this needs to change the theme if the background color here changes to black, because we just need to match this with the background color. So to change it, we can't obviously go around and change it every time from here. If we have some constants over here, we can easily change their value. For example, if I wanted black, from just one file, I can change the color and it changes. It's pretty cool, right? So we'll just save it like them. And if you want to add theme changing options, you can definitely do it using the state management tool you want. Great. Having that, here you can see we can't see our text, so let's just pass in the style, which will be constant text style, and constant is not required anymore because we are already in a constant text. Here we need to pass in the color. Now for the color again, we'll just pass in k black color. If you're wondering why I'm prefixing with k, it's because it's a constant, it's never going to change, right? So I'm just going to pass in as k black. If you have any other better names, for example, if you want to name it according to your purpose, you can do that as well. So here in the k black color, I'm just passing it in here. We've already imported it. Now if we come here, this looks good. Now the next thing we need to look at is Google Sign-In. So for Google Sign-In, we are going to use a package called Google Sign-In. It's from Flutter itself, and we're going to use this. So now let's quickly install that. I'm going to use the Dart add dependency thing here and just pass in Google Sign-In. After Flutter pub get is done, we can just go to the pubspec.yaml file just to see if it's there, and it's there. Great. Now we can close this file. We can close this terminal as well, and then close all the save files. Now we need to do some installation process for Google Sign-In. Since we're not using Firebase for this, we have to do some extra stuff. For example, we need to register our application to Google Cloud Platform. So now we'll just click over here and go there. After you come to this screen, just click over here and then click on New Project. Here we will be asked to mention a project name. I'll just name it Docs Clone Tutorial because I already have the Google Docs Clone project name created. I'll click on Create. And after this is done, I'll see you. After this process is done, you can just click on Select Project. Now, after coming in here, you need to go to the credentials. Then here, click on Create Credentials, and then we need to create oAuth Client ID. Just click over here. And you can see to create an oAuth Client ID, we must first configure the consent screen. So we need to configure the consent screen after this. Now, just see what you're doing. I'm just going to keep it external and then click on Create. Then we need to mention app name and stuff. So let's quickly type all of that. So we'll have Docs Clone Tutorial. Then the email, I'm just going to keep in this. Then I'm going to skip all of this. This is not necessary. And again here I need to mention my email address and then click on Save and Continue. After that we need to manage the scope. Let's click on Scope. And what all information do we need? Well, first we need the email. That's very important. Then we need the profile info as well. And that's pretty much all we need. So we can just click on Update after scrolling down. And here you can see we have all of it. Now click on Save and Continue. Then if you want, you can add the test users because you're doing external. So basically until you have the app registered with Google, you can use these test users and you can only have 100 of them. But after that, you can submit your app for review to Google Docs or Google Cloud and all of that will be done. Now I'll just click on Add Users and add my emails. I added some of my emails and after which I just click on Saved and Continue. Make sure these emails are the ones you're using Google Sign-in with. So basically, whenever that Google Sign-in pop-up box appears, you want to select the email, right? So just pass in the email that you want or that you will be selecting and you can add as many as you want till 100. So that's great. Now we can come back to the dashboard and if you want, you can just click here to publish your app. But I don't want to do that. I just want to keep it for testing. So I'm not going to go there. Now again, we can go to our credentials, click on Create Credentials and then OAuth Client ID. Now what is our application type? Well, we have to do it for web, Android and iOS. So let's do it one by one for everything. We'll have Android first. Then in the name, we'll pass in Docs Android. Then we need the package name. So for the package name, let's go over here in our android.manifest XML file. Just copy this package name and paste it over here. Then we need the certificate fingerprint. Try to use this. If this doesn't work, just open up your terminal and copy this line. I'll mention it in the description below. Just copy it and then click on Enter. This will give the SHA1 or SHA256, whatever that's needed. We need SHA1, so I'll copy this and paste it in here. Then click on Create. And we make sure to download this JSON file. This client ID is not of much use to us because we already have the JSON file. And similar to Firebase, we are going to set it up. So in our app, in the app folder, we're going to store our JSON file. So let's go to our Finder, click on Downloads, and here name it as Google Services.json file. I've named it as Google Services 2. Because Google Services already exists in my Finder. I need to delete it. So now having this, we have Google Services created. No need to do anything or tamper with anything over here. It's not needed. Now just rename this to Google Services.json file. Great. Now let's close all of this. For Android, let's see what else do we need to do. That's pretty much all that we need for Android. So now we can go to the build.gradle, here update the Flutter minimum SDK version to 21 and here we'll enable multi-dex. Having done all of this, I don't think anything else is needed. So we'll close this file. Now we need to configure for iOS. To configure for iOS, make sure that you have a Mac OS, or you have Mac OS in your in your system, or you have virtual machine set up so that you can work with us. But if you only have Windows and have no virtual machines, you can't build apps for iOS. So just skip through this process. The timestamps are mentioned in the description below. We'll open it in Xcode. Now we can go to our Google Cloud Console again, click on Create Credentials, oAuth Client ID, and now we will register iOS app. Now what is our client name? Well, iOS docs clone. Now we need the app bundle ID. To get the bundle ID, we'll go to runner. We'll click over here on the runner, copy this bundle identifier and paste it in here. Then we can click on create. We need to download the plist file as well. So we'll just rename this. We'll rename this to Google Service. It's not like this, I guess. It's Google Service Info and after this hyphen. Yeah, that's it, but I need to put it in desktop so that I can rename this correctly because I already have that created. So I'll put this in runner and then click on finish. Now let's see if I named this correctly. I'll go to the iOS integration part. Here you can see Google Service Info, it's correct. We've put it in runner, we've completed all these steps. Now we need to go to the info.plist file. For iOS, don't go in Mac, make sure to go in iOS info.plist, and in here we need to pass in this whole bunch. So we can just copy this, paste it here, and here you can see it says to pass in reverse client ID instead of this. So how can we do that? Well, just go to Google Service Info, take this reverse client ID and go to info.plist and paste it in here. Copy the save this much, and there we have it. We have done this. Now we need to go to the pod file, uncomment this line, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Final configuration is for web, so we'll have to create another client ID. We'll call this web, and let's call this web docs clone. Now you can see authorize JavaScript origins. This basically means what URIs or what URLs are accepted for our application to run on. Well, what will we use? Well, if you're deploying it online, you'll have to pass in the name over here. But since we're just doing it locally as of now, we can just click on add URI, pass in http://localhost 3000. That's one that we're going to have. Then we can click on download JSON. Again, go to our downloads, and here we have this JSON file. We can click on OK. Then we will go to our Google sign-in and see what we need to do for web. We just need to copy this line. After copying this, we'll go to index.html for web. In the head, we will pass in this line. Now we need to pass in the oAuth client ID. To get the oAuth client ID, all we need is this line. So we'll just paste it in here. Let's remove this extra and save it. Yeah, it's not necessary for you to put it over here. You can even put it over here somewhere, but it has to be in this block, which is the head block. Don't put it outside of this somewhere here. Just put it somewhere here inside of this block. After this is done, well, that's all we need. We don't need the JSON file. If you have it, just delete it. Now, if we try to run our application and if we try to use Google login on web on this port, which is just some random port, it won't work. Because we've passed in the port as localhost 3000 and it will only work there. If you deploy it online on some website, it won't work even there because the URL over there is different. So once you deploy your application somewhere on the web, you need to pass that URL in the Google Cloud platform as well. To do that, you can just click on this edit button and pass in the URI again. It's that simple. Again, it's in credentials, and here you can pass it in. And if you're working on Android and iOS apps, they don't accept com.example apps, the package that we have. For example, if I go to the android.manifest, you can see the package name here is this. They won't accept apps with com.example. You have to name it something else. So obviously there are packages that will help you change the package names throughout the application, and then you can deploy it on the Play Store. But after that, you again have to register over here, because this works for com.example app, not for the newly registered package name. Right? Now, having all of this set up, let's see how we can run on the web. So if we just go to Google Sign-in web package, here you can see this is how we can run on a specific port. So if I just type it in over here, you can see we need to pass in Flutter --Chrome, and it has to be localhost. So you can type that. This is not generally required, because anyways the default one is localhost. And then you can have web port. Now since we passed in 3000, I'll pass in 3000 here. If you've passed in something else as the port, you need to pass that. So if I run this much, it will open the app in localhost 3000. Let's wait for it to launch. And here you are. Our application is there. Now we need to configure the Google sign-in. So for that, we're going to create a repository, because it's going to be some business logic, and we're going to create a file called auth_repository.dart. Here I'm going to create the class auth repository, and then we are going to have, well, first of all, instance of Google sign-in. So we will have Google sign-in, and we are going to make this private. We are not going to initialize this. We're going to take it from the constructor, so that it's easier for us to do unit testing. The video on it, unit testing, widget testing, and integration testing, will be out very soon. So stay on a lookout for that. But for now, it's just helpful in unit testing, so that we can create mocks. If you're already familiar with it, you'll know this. And we've made this private. I'll tell you why. Another thing that we might need is, and other constructors that we need, we can look after them later on. But now we can just generate constructor for this. If you're wondering how I got this, you can just go to the extensions tab and download Dart class generator package. It's pretty useful. Now here you can see it's already giving us an error, because we can't have private variables in constructor. That doesn't really make sense. So what I'm going to do here is remove all the required part and just type in Google sign in, and then have this. Also make this a required field. Here we need to make sure that we pass in Google sign in as Google sign in. What we are basically doing is creating a private variable which we will use throughout our application. But here we are accepting Google sign in from the constructor. Since we can't have the private variable over here, we are passing it as a public variable, but the scope of it is limited to this constructor, because that's how they work. And then here I'm asserting that this Google sign in is equal to Google sign in. So this private variable is equal to whatever value is passed in over here. Why are we doing this? Well, if we just pass in Google sign in and you required this .google sign in, this should work, right? But what's the point of this when Google sign in is a public variable? That means it can be easily accessed. The point of making this private is that the scope of it is limited to this class only. We don't want other classes to access this Google sign. That's why we are doing this. If we just make it a public variable like this, it will allow us to use this instance of the class. But that's not what we want. So this is how we're going to do now. Having this, now we will create the function called void sign in with Google, and we're going to pass in asynchronous, again a try and a catch block, and in case of any errors, let's just print out A. We will obviously replace this print because they are not available in production code, but we will replace this later on when we do the error handling part. For now, we're just using the Google sign-in plugin. So what we're going to do is very simple. we're just going to have Google signin dot signin, and that will allow us to do the Google sign-in part. That's how easy it is. Now if we just hover over this, you can see it will return to us a future of Google sign-in account. So we can just have final user is equal to Google sign-in, and we will await this. Now we will also check if user is not equal to null. Then we can do other tasks. For now we can just print out, let's say, user's email and user's display name. If you want, you can also print out the user's profile picture, but all of that is not really needed in our application. We will be storing all of this data in our state management tool, but all of this is very unnecessary. I'm just storing it because if you want to use this application later on in some other parts, you can have this source code ready and expand on it, because then you'll need email and all of that stuff. Now I'll just try to refresh it. Then and before doing this, we also need to create provider. Now to create a provider, well, obviously we will use Riverpod. So what we are going to do here is pass the instance of this class to this provider. So we're going to call this Auth repository provider. And here we're going to have provider. We'll get a ref here. This ref is of the type provider ref. If I just show it to you, this provider ref is basically a thing, an object that will allow us to interact with other providers. Right now it's not necessary, so we can just pass an underscore. But when one of your provider, suppose this provider depends on another provider, this ref will be very useful for us. And here I just need to pass an auth repository. Here you can see it asks for Google sign-in, so we can just pass an instance of Google sign-in class. That's all that we need. Why are we creating this provider? Well, obviously instead of doing auth repository, passing in Google sign-in and creating instance of Google sign-in class continuously, what we can do is use this provider. This will allow us to use this class very easily, and it will allow us to test our applications better as well. So this is the best choice in my opinion. Now we can go to the login screen again. Here, instead of having a stateless widget, we are going to have a consumer widget. What is this consumer widget? Here you can see after converting it to consumer widget, which is given by Flutter Riverpod package, we get something known as widget ref. This widget ref is like provider ref, but provider ref allows us to interact with providers. Widget ref will allow us to interact with widgets. Right? Pretty simple. So after extending this, we can have widget ref. Why do we need widget ref? Well, you can see it's provider. We can't directly use auth repository provider anywhere, right? To call this auth repository provider, we need ref. So we can use ref and then use read like provider package. We can use ref.read, but since we are in the build method, we'll use ref.watch, and then we'll have auth repository provider. And then we need sign in with Google, and that's our and that's the line that we need. Instead of creating instance of auth repository class, all we did was this line, and this will help us when our app gets bigger. So now you won't understand the difference. You'll think creating instance of a class is very much easier, but trust me, this one is much better. Now I'll just create a function for this called sign in with Google. Take in a widget ref from the argument, and then call this method ref.watch auth repository provider.sign in with Google. Now since we are outside the build function, we can use ref.read. Now we can use sign in with Google function and pass it in like this. Also remove this n from here, and then we need to pass in the widget ref. Save this much and we have the app ready. Also, if you go to your pubspec.yaml file, you can see Flutter Riverpod version is 1.0.4, which matches the latest version. But in mid-September, Flutter Riverpod 2.0 is going to be released. And it's pretty much going to be similar with the pre-release version. So I'm going to use this as of now. There won't be any difference. I'm pretty sure about that. So I'm just going to replace this with this version. If you have 2.0.0, make sure to use that. It's always great to stay on the stable version. But with Riverpod packages, I'm pretty sure pre-release versions are safe as well. I've never encountered anything that would change my application. So here it is. We are using 2.0 with the pre-release version. Again, I'll repeat. If you have 2.0 released already, please check it and make this 2.0. But for me, it's not available yet. So I'm going to use the pre-release version. There won't be any differences, so don't worry about it. Whatever we are going to use is pretty basic stuff of Riverpod. So it won't get changed anytime soon. Now we can exit our application, run our application again, and let's wait for it to launch and see if it's working. So our app has launched, and as you can see, it's localhost 3000. I'm going to click on sign in with Google, and it's throwing me an error. You can see that. Why is this error? Because whenever we use Flutter Riverpod, if you're familiar with provider, we always need to wrap it with a storehouse widget. A provider that will store all the information of our other providers. For Riverpod, it's pretty easy. We'll just wrap it with a widget called provider scope. And we need to import this and make it a constant. So this provider scope will allow us to use other providers, and it will act as a storehouse for other providers as well. And if you scroll down, you can see a widget that stores the state of providers. All Flutter applications using Riverpod must contain this at the root of their widget tree. This is the root of our widget tree, my app. So I'm having that. Let's restart the application and then click on sign in with Google. Here you can see I'm sent to another thing. I'll just pass in my email and password. I've logged in, and let's see if I'm getting anything. You can see this is my email, this is my display name, and this is my avatar. So if I just go over here, click on open, you can see R showing up. That's great. All of these things, the Google sign-in part is now working. Now the next part we need to do is we need to store all of this in a database, correct? So now we will have to create a node server and then set up MongoDB to store all of this data in MongoDB. Before diving into the code of Node.js, let's understand what exactly Node.js is. If you go to their website, it will say Node.js is a JavaScript runtime built on Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine. Basically, JavaScript cannot be run outside of the browser. So Node.js was built exactly to do that. It could be run outside the browser after using this tool. That's all Node.js does. It allows us to use JavaScript outside of this browser. So obviously Node.js uses JavaScript, but Node.js allows us to do multiple more things. It will allow us to create our own servers. It will allow us to create APIs. It will allow us to create sockets and manage them. What exactly is socket? We'll get to it when we get to it in the tutorial. But basically it establishes bidirectional communication. If you're confused, don't worry about it. We'll go through it later. But Node.js just fastens all of our processes. Writing plain JavaScript would be very much difficult, but with Node.js, it's much more easier. Node.js doesn't just allow us to create servers and all of that good stuff. It also allows us to create terminal apps. For example, if you open up your terminal and want to do something with your terminal only, Node.js even allows that. But we are only going to look at creating APIs, sockets, and all of that stuff. So what does this line even mean? JavaScript runtime built on Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine. Well, we all know what a runtime is. You can consider Node.js kind of like a framework, a backend framework. For example, Flutter is a front-end framework, Node.js is a backend framework. And Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine, this line right here. Basically, Chrome runs on this JavaScript engine which is called V8. And this V8 JavaScript engine is written in C++, which means it's terribly fast. By terribly fast, I mean it's pretty fast, not in a bad way. But It just means simply that Chrome V8 allows us to execute JavaScript code, and that's exactly what Node.js is using. Chrome is built on Chrome's V8 engine. Even Node.js is built on Chrome's V8 engine and thus allows us to write code over there. So this is pretty much all about Node.js. I think you got a very brief idea about it. So now if you want to install it, if you're on Windows, this will show you Windows, and just click on this version or this version. This version is recommended for most users, but I'm using 18 version. And if you want to verify that you've installed successfully, just go to your terminal and write node --version. And it says version 18.1.0, but I don't think it will make a difference even if you use a lower version like 16.17. Even 14 works just well for me. So now let's get done with all of this. Now we'll come to our root file. Let's close all the save files, clear off our terminal, and in the root we need to create a folder. So I'm going to type make directory, which is mkdir, which will make a folder, and we need to name this server. So now we have a server folder ready. Instead, you could just click over here and create a folder, same thing, but it should be in the root of your folder of docs clone. Now let's go to the server. So I'm going to use cd, which means change directory server. And now I'm going to run npm init. This npm is node package manager. Node package manager is like pub.dev. So if you just go to their website, which is npmjs.com, you can see this npm right here. This is not the real name. Don't get confused by it. It's just for fun. If you just click over here, you can see it keeps on changing. Anyways, so here you can search for packages. Just like Flutter, we can have multiple packages. For example, if in Flutter we're using HTTP package, you can have the same thing here as well, which is HTTP, the same thing. I mean, this one is same, but there are multiple that are different as well. For example, if you want to use something like Express that was mentioned over here, you can see we're going to use this as well. So basically this will manage all the packages, and npm will allow us to initialize our node project. So here we are just writing npm init, and then if we click on enter, just try to do it yourself, you'll see that you'll get a bunch of options. You just have to click enter on them. But a shortcut to avoid that is just typing -y, which means that you'll initialize it and all the options that are asked later on will be defaulted to yes. That's exactly what we wanted. So I've done that. npm init -y. Now in the server folder, I'm going to create a new file called index.js. In this index.js, before coming over here, we need to go to the package.json. Now, what exactly is package.json? Package.json can be considered like pubspec.yaml file. It contains a name, version, description, the main file, which means the file that we want to run in the start, the scripts, well, multiple scripts that we'll have. We'll get into this in just a minute. Then we have author, license, everything that you'll need to create a Flutter package. And your node package, it's just the same thing as pubspec.yaml file. It will manage all our dependencies. It will manage all our dev dependencies. Similar. Everything is pretty similar. So now in the scripts, I want to change something. So we're going to add two scripts. Well, first of all is the start one, which is short for node./index.js. Now what does this mean? Wait a second, I'll show it to you. For example, here I type console.log hello world. If you're wondering what console.log is, it's basically print in Dart. It will just print it out to the terminal, and if you're on web, it will print it out on the web. Here, if I just type, let's say, node./index.js, because I'm in the server folder, I can use /. If I was in the root folder, I would have to use ./server/index.js. It's relative routing. Now, if I just click on enter, you can see hello world prints out. What I've done here is, instead of writing this command, this entire big command, what I can do is just use npm start. and it does the same thing. It will run this command behind the scenes and print the same thing out to us. Why is this needed? Well, if you deploy it online, you will have to use something like npm start so that it starts the server. You can't use nodes.index.js. And now let's try to install some dependencies. To install our dependencies, what do we use to do? Well, we would use this .add dependency. Otherwise, we would go to pubspec.yaml file and over here manually add them. But the third option would be to use something like flutter pub add and then the name of the dependency. Right? That's exactly what we're going to do over here. Here we are going to write npm I or install. Both of them work. Even I works, even install works. As the name suggests, it will install dependencies whatever we type here. So what all dependencies do we need? Well, I said we need Express, right? We'll install that. I'll tell you what Express means when we get to it. Then we need HTTP. I said we are going to need that. You'll understand when we write the code. Then we need socket.io at 2.3.0. This is very important. Socket.io at 2.3.0. Why do we need at 2.3.0? Well, because the sockets are managed in such a way that it needs to be connected on the client side as well and in the server side as well. So when we're connecting it on the client side, we're going to use another package because we can't manually write the whole socket client code. It's very big and it's very tough to understand as well. So we already have a package for it. That's exactly what we're going to use. And that package that we're going to use, socket.io client, has to have a socket.io version of 2.3.0. Then only it will work. It won't work without that. So we need to make sure that we add this version. If we add like this, it will install the latest version. But if we write at 2.3.0, it will install this specific version and then it won't give us any errors later on when we connect to the client side. When we get to the socket part, you'll understand it better when we read the documentation as well. Another thing that we need is JSON Web Token. JSON Web Token, short for JWT, will allow us to securely store our token or create a token based on the user ID. And this token will be stored on our device and that will allow us to persist the state in our application. That's why we need this. And finally, we need Mongoose. What is Mongoose? Well, it's just a data object model for MongoDB. Using Mongoose, all the MongoDB tasks get quite simpler, like connection, sending data to the server, and it gets more organized in my opinion. So I'm going to use this Mongoose. After that, we are just going to click on enter and you can see all of them got installed and we have a new folder of node modules. This node modules contains all the necessary files that we have and it's pretty big. So you can ignore it, and if you're uploading it to GitHub, this project, you need to make sure that you have .gitignore file here and pass in node_modules like this. If you're not using GitHub, don't worry about this. So now that we know about console.log, let's remove it. Now let's import all the packages that we have added, right? So in Flutter, we used to do import and then pass in the name like this, package http from http ... This is how we used to import stuff. Here it's a bit different. We need to do constant express is equal to require express. With this, we have imported it. This express, we have imported it and stored it in a variable. You can understand what this means. Even in Flutter, we have the variable expression constant express equal to require express. This means express cannot be reinitialized or given a value again. After that, we'll import Mongoose. Let's require Mongoose as well. Then let's have constant app equal to express. What we have done here is basically initialized express and stored it in the app variable. So we have imported express and here we are just initializing express, just like we call the function, right? That's exactly what we have done and stored it in this app variable. Then we need to do app.listen. Now, what is this listen method? Well, listen method is basically helping us to start our server. So when we use this, it will continuously listen to our server and will respond. So here, first of all, in the listen method, we need to supply it with a port. So on which port should it start running? You can see our web was running on the version 3000, but even this has to run somewhere, right? So exactly, we need to pass in a port. Now we are going to store it over here, which is called constant port. Let's store it over here so that all imports stay on the same line, all initializations on the same line, and app.listen at the end of the file. It's not necessary to make it stay at the end of the file, but if you put it at the end, it seems much more organized, right? So we can say the port as 3000 again, but our web is already running on port 3000. So let's have it on 3001, right? Or if that's not there, this is a shorthand. So if the port 3001 is not there, and it will always be there, so the port here is going to be process.env.port. If you've developed many apps, you might know that you have to store some secret information inside of .env files so that they stay secure and are not visible to the public. But this is exactly what we're going to do. Process.env.port. Otherwise, if that's not present, this is 3001, not 30,001, 3001. So basically, this process.env.port is stored in the site to which we deploy. For example, if you're deploying on Heroku or Firebase, this server, then we need to make sure that we provide it with a port. It can't run on 3001. It's only for local development. But on the web, it will already give us with the env port, and we will access this using process.env.port. But what if we are doing local development? We don't have process.env.port. In that case, we want to use 3001. This is exactly what we are doing. If process.env.port is present, which is usually present in the sites to which we deploy our server to, if that's not present, then we will use 3001. And it's most likely the case that we are doing local development. In our case, it will show up 3001. Look. So if here I pass in the port, because first a port is needed and then a callback function. But before that, I'm going to pass in 0.0.0.0, which basically means that you can access this from anywhere, from any IP address that you want, you can access this server. So I've passed in 0.0.0. Then we need a callback function. So whenever the app is connected, what do we say? So we'll just pass in console.log connected at port $port, and we can't put in port, so we are going to have port 3001. Now let's just save it and run npm start again. If I just do this, you can see connected at port 3001. Let me correct the spelling, and here we have it. Now this is the way we create functions in JavaScript. You pass in two parentheses, then arrow function, then a block, and then whatever you want to pass in. Alternatively, what you can do is just write in function here and it will solve the error. If you just try to run it again, you'll have to close this because it hasn't noticed the changes. Whenever we make a change, we need to restart the server. So to exit it, we can just type Ctrl+C and it will exit it. Then we will pass in npm start again, and you can see it again connects to the port 3001. Both the syntax are fine. I just like this one better because it's shorter and less use of keywords, right? I'll again stop this and start it. You can see it still works. It's absolutely fine. Now, if you want to use something like this, in our Flutter we used to do. If we wanted to paste some variable here, we would have a string, and then over here we need to pass in the variable. But here you can see there is no highlighting, and if I save the file, start my server again, you can see it says connected at port. It hasn't noticed the string interpolation. That's what it's called. In Flutter, when we used to do this, it used to work. For example, if I just go in the main.dart file, here I want to pass in the k color, for example, let's say k black color. I used to do this and the highlighting used to come, and now the name is Flutter demo and then colors.black, sorry. But that didn't happen here. Why? Because here you need to provide backticks instead of normal string. So when you do this, it will identify this as a variable. This backtick is present below the escape key. Now if you try to start it, you can see connected at port, and it's still showing that because I haven't saved the file. When I save the file and try to do it again, you can see connected at port 3001. Great. Now you've noticed we have created a server. That's how simple it was. Just these many lines of code and we have created a server. Let me remove this comment. I hope you've understood everything till now. Now the next part is you've noticed that we've written so many npm starts here. That's not very ideal, making some change and then restarting the server, again doing so much task. Sometimes we just forget and it will cause us to scratch our heads and think what we've done wrong, but nothing really was wrong except starting the server. So how do you fix that? Well, for that we need to install a dev dependency which is called nodemon. So when we install it like this, it will save it in dependencies. But we want it as a dev dependency because it's only a developer dependency. We don't want it in our application. We just want it for our own use. So we're going to use it as a dev dependency. How do we install it? --save dev. So you've installed nodemon. This will install it in dependencies. But to make it save in dev dependencies, you'll have to use --save dev. When you click on enter, you can see it is loading. If it's installed, let me clear the terminal as well. And if you come over here, dev dependencies now has nodemon over here. Nodemon will allow us to start a server very quickly. So once I start nodemon, it will keep running our server, and whenever we make a change and save our file, it will again restart the whole server. We don't have to do it by ourselves. Now, of course, we need a script for that as well. Otherwise, we'll have to keep writing nodemon./index.js. So here what I'm going to do is create another script called dev and then write nodemon./index.js and put in a comma. Then we'll come to index.js file. Let's try to run it again, but now we'll run npm run dev. With npm start, this used to get executed. With npm run dev, this is going to get executed. So now I'll just click on enter and you can see connected at port 3001. Now if I just type in console.log, hey, this is changing. And if I click on save, you can see it restarted the server. Then it has connected at port 3001 and hey, this is changing. My spelling is wrong, but anyways. So you can see it's automatically restarting our whole server. Now we have a proper base to start from. Now the next step is to connect our database to our application. So this is how Mongoose is going to help us. But before connecting it to Mongoose, we need the database setup. So let's get to it. So to create MongoDB or set up MongoDB, we need to go to this website, mongodb.com. Then click on this sign option and then use your desired option to sign up. So let's just click over here and then use whatever you want. I've already created an account, so I'm just going to use that and I'll see you after I log in. So I've come to this screen. You might not see the screen in the start. You'll have to fill in some information if you're signing up for the first time. But since I'm already logged in, I'm not seeing the startup screen. Just fill in all the information that you'll require after sign up. And then you'll ultimately come to a screen that looks like this. You just need to click here, then click on new project. Then you have to mention the project name. I'm just going to call this docs clone tutorial and then click on next. Then you can add any members that you want. I don't have any, so I'm just going to click on create project. Here it asks us to build a database first, so we will click over here. Then we are going to use the free cluster. There's dedicated one and the serverless as one. You can read all the information that's required and that will help you. I'm going to go with the free option. Then here I'll just select all the default options and then click on create cluster. Then it asks us for the username and password, and make sure that whatever you type in here is correct and you have it secured and you remember it, because this will be needed in the next step that we'll use when we need to connect to our database from our code right here. So I'm just going to enter some username and some password. After you pass in it, just click on create user and this will have it. You have this. If you want other username and password to use it, you can use that as well. But for me, one is enough. If you have more team members, make sure to use that. It will be very easy for you to segregate and see who did what and later on. Anyways, so where would we like to connect from? The cloud environment or from the local environment? I'm going to use the local environment. So I'm just going to pass in 0.0.0.0. That means that your IP address is available to anyone and it can be used anywhere. As I mentioned over here as well, 0.0.0.0 basically means that it can be accessed from anywhere. If you want to add any description, add that. Otherwise, just click on add entry. Then we can click on finish and close and go to our database. While our database is being deployed, let's write some code to connect it. It's pretty simple, as I've already mentioned. We are going to use Mongoose for it. It makes our connection stuff very easy, and it will later on also provide us with some modeling which will make our code cleaner and even easier to connect and save, update or delete data from MongoDB. So here I'm just going to connect it. So for connecting, it's as simple as it gets. It's just we have to use this mongoose and call .connect. With this, we have the connect ready. If you hover over this, and in here, you need to pass in the URL. So here, I'm just going to pass in constant DB, and this DB link will be whatever we get from here. Whenever this database gets deployed, we will have to click on this connect button, which will give us the URL. So if yours is already there, you can try it out. But I'm just going to pass in like this. And whenever I get the database link, I can just pass it in over here. But now only doing this much isn't enough, because connect is a promise. What is a promise? You can consider it like a future. Like in Dart, we have future. So to use a future, if we are in a function, we can make that function async and then use await. And then we can resolve that future. Or if you're outside of a function and you don't have any function, then you can use .then function, right? And that will give you a function, for example, or some data. So you'll get some data here, and then you can use that data to suppose print that data. That's how Dart works. And similar to that, JavaScript works as well. You have the .then method and .catch method, similar to Dart. So we can just have .then, and whenever this kind of thing happens, we will just say console.log connection successful. Otherwise, there is an error, right? So we can just catch that error and then just print it out. So we'll write console.log error. Save this much and our connection should be successful. Now, if I just open up my terminal, you can see invalid scheme because the database URL is incorrect. Now let's try to see our database has been deployed. If it's taking more time, try to refresh it and see. Even after that, if it's not happening, then wait for some more time. If it happens, then you can just click on this connect button. Then click on connector application with MongoDB native driver. We have the driver as Node.js and we have the version 18. If you have 16, it still works. You can see we need 4.1 or higher. Now we can just copy this MongoDB URL, paste it in here, and now you can see we have our username that we typed in earlier. Now we need to pass in password. So let's just remove this. Make sure to include these angle brackets. If they are there, it will cause an error and you will not be able to connect. So just remove them and pass in your password. My password is pretty simple. I'm going to change it later on. As a matter of fact, I'm going to delete this database after my project is completed. So don't try to copy this URL, create your own. So you'll even be able to see the data. And you can see connection is successful now. If I just try to, let's say, change this, you can see it's giving me an error. That means it's working successfully. If you want to see the data, how can you see it? Well, first of all, close this, go to this cluster, and then in the collections tab, you'll be able to see everything. But since we have not created any data, you can't see anything. So now let's try to save our data. What is the data that we're going to save? The user data. So whenever here the user registers, we just pop up a Google sign-in button, and whenever the user clicks on that Google sign-in button, the user gets logged in from the account they selected from the pop-up. But how do we know that the user has logged in into our application? We have no idea currently, because Google sign-in doesn't store it to any console, any database, nothing. It just tells us and gives us data. So now we need to make sure that we store it in a database, and exactly for that we are going to use MongoDB. So how are we going to do it? Well, as I mentioned, we are going to use Mongoose for that and store the data. But before that, we have to create a REST API. What is a REST API? The full form for it is representational state transfer. Basically, whenever you request to a server some data, you can only do it using an API, correct? So we are going to make that API, which is application programming interface. You might have used somewhere in your application. For example, when you're using HTTP calls, if you made some application, so you're requesting or getting some data using http.get. That's exactly basically what we're going to get. So whenever we request some server, some data using suppose http get or post, whatever request you sent in, it will send back to you the current state of the database. That's exactly and simply what we're going to do, and that's basically what REST even means. So how are we going to do that? Well, we have to create API for that. We can create that using Node. That's why we've used Node. But with Express, this plugin that we have installed, or package you can call it, this package allows us to make our REST APIs even quicker than expected. So let's try to use this Express and create our application. So what I'm going to do is, here I'm going to pass in Express, not Express because we have not initialized it. Using app we can call, so we can use app.get or app.post and then define an API. And we are going to call this /API/signup. This is the route of our API. Basically, if your server right now is running on localhost 3001, right? Now, if I just pass in /API/signup, it will, and use a post request for that, it will make sure that it runs whatever code we call inside the callback function, which is this function. And this function, let me create that function, will have something known as request and response. With request, you can access many multiple headers. For example, you can access header, body, whatever data you want to send in from the client side can be accessed using request, and whatever data you want to send can be used using res or response. You can name this anything you want. These are basically variables to access those the objects that are sent to us, so that we can make sure that our API works. So with request, we are able to get the information from the client side. With the response, we'll be able to send some data. But we'll look into it. But now another problem comes in. I just have this /API/signup. What if my user also wants to, suppose, get the data? So I'll have to create another API for it called app.api-get. Let's call this /API/get, and this will be a GET request. There are many types of requests: GET, POST, DELETE, UPDATE, PATCH. You can use all of them, and these are the most frequently used ones. We are mainly going to use both of them in our application today. For the delete one, you'll have enough idea to make sure you can delete anything, but we're just going to use GET and POST. So I have GET here and POST here. That's how we are going to work. But what if I have more APIs created? For example, I want something known as update user information. I even want to delete the user account. So will I keep creating here? But I can keep creating here, but that would just make my code very messy. What if my application doesn't have login? For example, in our application, we also want to create the documents. We also want to save the documents. We also want to update the title of our document. How are we going to do all of that in just a single file? Of course we can, but imagine this for a very big app, for the real Google Docs. If they use such kind of structure, it will just make their app such pathetic, right? So we're going to make sure that we shift our code into a separate file of its own so that it's clearly distinguishable. If you want to do user task, you can do it in one separate file. If you want to do document task, you can do it there. Correct? So let's remove all of this from here. Save it. And then we can go to the server file, create a new folder called routes. And in this routes, I'm going to create user.js file. So this is the route. We are going to create all the user related routes in this file itself. Now I'm going to require express again because this file doesn't have any import lines. Just because this doesn't mean even this file has access to this. Correct? Just like our Flutter file, if we have an import line here, doesn't mean our login screen also has that import line. They're two separate files. So we'll import that. Now we can of course initialize app and have constant app equal to express. But instead of doing this, there's another method you can take, and I find this much more cleaner, which is using constant auth router, which will be equal to express.router. So with this, I have auth router created. Now I can use auth router.post/API/signup. Then I can have request response again. It's the exact same thing. Just we have created this auth router using this router method, and we have created it in a separate file. That's all. Now, of course, our tasks are going to be asynchronous because we are going to use MongoDB. It's an external service and we have to store data on the web. Whenever we have to do such kind of stuff, we always require the methods to be asynchronous. So I'm going to pass async over here. I can't keep using .then. That's why async await was made. That's why I'm not using .then method. But of course you can use it. I just don't like nesting very much. Then I can have a try catch block similar to Dart. Whenever you think there can be a scope of error, you can just have a try catch block. Then you need some data. For example, what do you want to store in MongoDB? Well, it's the username, the email, the profile picture. That's exactly what we had even printed in the auth repository, right? All of these things we want to save in our database. So we need to get them. How are we going to get them? Well, I already told we are going to get them from request.body, right? So with request, we are able to access whatever client-side information is being received. And then with body, we are able to use whatever is passed through the body. There's headers as well. But with the headers, it's usually for the auth token. When we get to it, I'll let you know what this auth token is. But basically, you can even access headers. And these two are the things we are going to access in our application today. But you can access much more information from there. If you want to know more, just research about it on Google. Just write request Node.js express and you'll get your specific information. If you want to follow along, well, then let's just go ahead. Now I'm going to destructure it. So what is happening? Well, in the request.body, whenever we go to the client side, what we're going to do is whenever we send a post request, what are we going to do? http.post, then pass in this URL, which is localhost 3000/API/signup. Then we have to pass in body. And this body is going to be an object. What is an object? Well, basically a map. So here we are going to pass in like this. Name, ignore the errors for now. Name, and then you'll pass in name, then email, and profile picture, same thing. So that's how we are going to do. So now instead of getting some object over here, this will be an object or a map. So instead of getting a map over here, I'm directly converting it to a string variable or a variable. It's not necessarily a string variable. JavaScript doesn't care about that. It doesn't care about the types. So here I'm going to have name, email, and profile picture, and then just save it. You can see we have all three stuff. Now I have access to all of this. Now I have to store that data. To store the data, as I said, we are going to use Mongoose. But instead of directly storing the data using Mongoose, let's create a model for it. So models can be considered like structures. If you have created an application with me before using Firebase, you already know that we create models. In JavaScript, we create model. In Dart, we create models using class. This is user model. We are going to create right now as well. And then we are going to have final string email, final string, let's say name. All of this we are going to write later on. Similar thing we are going to do in JavaScript as well, but using Mongoose. Because with Mongoose, our stuff becomes much more easier to store. Of course, we can create classes in JavaScript as well, but using Mongoose, it will be a much more easier task. So here I'm going to create user.js again. Since we are in models user.js, I can create it again because they both have different routes. If you want to create user.js again in the routes folder, you won't be able to do. That's pretty basic. So now in the models, we are going to first of all import Mongoose. So let's require Mongoose. Then here we are going to create something known as user schema. User schema is basically the structure of our user. So how is our user going to be structured out? Is it going to have a name, email, profile picture, all of that good stuff? So it's just going to have the structure, the schema. That's what it is. And how do we create it using Mongoose? We just call mongoose.schema. Easy enough. And now we just have to pass in an object like this so that we can provide it with a bunch of properties. So the first property is name. Let's pass in like this. This is the syntax that we're going to use. Whatever property name the user will have, for example, the user is going to have a name. So we pass in a name, then another object, and here you pass in another properties. For example, what is the type of this name going to be? Having a type is always good, especially when we are from Dart. It's very much needed for us. Then we are going to make sure that required is true. For example, when we use our constructors, we want it to be required. If there is no require, it will throw us an error. But in Dart, it will throw a compile time error, which means it will literally show you in your code that please enter your name. But in Mongoose, it will show us an error over here, which is runtime error. Whenever we run and try to store the data, and if it's not there, then it will throw us an error. Now the next thing we require is email. Similar to this, it's going to have two properties, type string and required true. And then we need a profile picture. This is also going to be the same thing, type string required true. There are a bunch of other properties that you can use. Check it out on net. You can have trim set to true. That means that the user will have their string trimmed from the end. That's exactly what trim does, just calling the trim method basically. So you can add that, but I don't think any of this needs it because we are getting it from Google directly. Google has done all of this, so should I do it again? Right? But if you don't want to take any chances, don't take, just type it in. Then now we have created the structure of our application or the user. But what about the model? We also want the user to have something so that they can store. We have just defined how it should look like. We have not told it where it should be stored, how it should be stored, what should the name of the collection be. You can see here collections. What should the name of this collection be? So for exactly that, we are going to have constant user equal to mongoose.model. With this, we have created a model. First, we need to pass in the name of the model, which is user, and then pass in the schema, which is user schema. and then we can save this much. So with this, our model is completed. We have told how this should look like, and we have created a model so that we can easily use them. Now let's go to the user.js route. And actually, instead of calling this user.js, let's call it auth.js. It's going to consist of all the routes using auth, not user, because we're going to have state persistence route, something like that. And it comes under authentication, not really user, right? But this can be called user model because it just consists data of the user. Now here, I want to find a user with the... So how are you going to proceed with this part? Well, first of all, whenever we are signing up the user, we need to make sure that the same email already exists or not. So if the same email already exists, then we want to make sure that we don't store the data, right? I mean, if the email already exists, we don't want to store that data. It's already stored on the MongoDB. Why should I waste one call of mine, which is very precious? Always make sure to reduce the calls to the database. So I'll always make sure that email already exists or not. If it does not exist, then we want to store the data. But if it's already stored, then well, nothing else. Correct? So these are the two tasks. There's a third task as well, which is tokens. We have to make and send one, but we look into it when we get to the state persistence part, which is right after this. After we connect to this part, we can go to the state persistence part. So here, how do we check if the email already exists in our database? For that, we need to know how to call mongoose and how to check for the database. So we are going to use user for that, but you can see I don't get any auto option to get the user. We have created it here. Why am I not able to access this user over here? Well, that's because the scope of this user variable is only limited to this file, which means you can use this user variable anywhere in this file, but you cannot use outside of this. How am I going to use this outside then? Well, you can just call module.exports is equal to user. You can consider this user to be a private variable now. And when you use this line, it becomes a public variable. Now you can come to auth.js and here you have user. Now I get the autocorrect option and it requires this. This is relative routing. When you use express directly, it will require the package from node modules folder. But when you use user like this, it will look for some file. So that's the basic difference. You can also call your files like this in Flutter. That's a feature, but no one really uses it. You can use it. Anyways, so here, how do we find the user with the same email? So well, we are just going to call user and you can see a bunch of options already there. Since I have created this user as a mongoose model, I have a bunch of options. You can see find one, find by ID, remove, where, add listener, aggregate, apply, and so on. But what do I want to do? Well, I want to find the email. Do I have a find email option? No, obviously. Why? Because user has the email property that we created. It's not necessary that if you create another application, it will have user email necessarily. It won't have. But we do have find by ID, correct? That's because the ID property is automatically generated by MongoDB itself. Just like Firebase, if we don't provide ID, it will automatically generate that ID. But for email, that's not the case. Because every user, every collection, for example, if I have a document collection, it won't have an email. So what's the point of having a find by email option, right? So here we're going to have find. But now again, the question remains, how are we going to find the user with email? Then we are just going to call find one. Why am I using find one and not find? Because find will return to me a list of users with the same email. I'm pretty sure that my app is only going to have one user with the same email. But even if there are many, I just want to catch the first one. After I get the first one, that means that the user with the same email already exists. Directly, without sending any information or creating the new information, we are going to send the data. So here, I want to find one, and here again you can see I've passed in a map or an object because I can't just type in email, right? user.find one email, that doesn't really make sense. User.find one email, but what email do we need to find out? So here I'm going to make it like this, an object, and then we can pass in email. This basically means user, in the user collection, find one user with this email property which matches our email. So if you want not get confused, I'll just type in email over here. So you want to find one user with the email property as the email that we got from our client. Try to understand this sentence. We want to find one user with the email property and it should be similar to the email that we are getting from the client side. So now I'll just remove this, because even naming this carries a big value. You'll realize later on, because when we send data from the client side, we are going to send it with the name of email. And when we are destructuring it, this is called destructuring. Whenever we are destructuring it, name matters very much. So I have this. Now I find the user. Now I'll just save it to the user variable. And we are using let here. Let is basically equal to variable user. You can even have variable user or a constant user, but we won't use constant. Why? Because we are going to assign this user variable with something later on. So I'm just going to have let user is equal to user.find1, but this will be a promise or a future. So how are we going to resolve this? Well, we have a async function. We can just call await, and this will store the correct user information if it's there. So we have already, now we need to make check if the email already exists or not. So we are going to have if the user does not exist. This syntax is allowed in JavaScript. We don't have to do if user is not equal to null. What you can do instead, if there is no user, then we want to create a new user, correct? So we can have user is equal to new user. Just like you create an object, you're going to do that. And here you're again going to pass in a map, because you can consider to remember it. You can just consider it that we passed in an object. These are required properties. Whenever we have required properties, even in Flutter, how do we do it? Well, we have to pass in all the stuff. So we are going to have email as email. We need to pass in the email, correct? And this name should be equal and the same as the name that you'll type in here. So if I pass in profile pic, I'll paste this, and I want this same name to be there. And then name will also be like this. And with this, we have created a new user and set it to this. But with this much only, we have not saved anything to our MongoDB. Well, where's the save call? Correct. We have just created that model and assigned it to a variable. That doesn't mean MongoDB will automatically store it to web. So to save it, we are going to use user is equal to await user, which is this small variable, dot save. What have I done here? Well, just consider this line. We have used save and we have awaited it because this is a MongoDB call. It will take time. So we will have await user dot save and assign this to a user variable. Why are we assigning it again? Because as I said, MongoDB will automatically create that token ID or the ID for us, not the token, sorry. It will only create the ID for us. So when it's creating that ID, we also want that user ID to be there so that we can access in our application later on. IDs are very crucial, correct? So here we're going to have user.save and save it to this variable. But if there is no user, if there is the user already existing, then we want to do nothing basically. Now we have stored the data as well. Now we just want to return that data to our client side. We do that using response.json. I told you response will allow us to send data. To send data, you can also use send and then send it. But with JSON, it will automatically encode it in a JSON formatting. That will be easier for us. And then we'll just pass in the user. And we'll pass in like this. So we want user. Alternatively, what you can do is just pass in user. So when the key and the value name are the same thing, you can use this shorter hand syntax. Instead of typing this full, you can just type user and it will know that it means user. Correct? And we can do the same thing over here as well. So instead of having name, you can just have name, profile pic, email. This will only be allowed in objects or maps. You can't use it anywhere else. Obviously, you can just use it within these curly brackets. So even here, I can use it because there's a curly bracket. It's an object. Great. Now I can send the data. So let's try to test this API. Now, how am I going to test this API? I don't want to go to the client side, write the whole bunch of code, and then realize I've done something wrong. I can't use this. Right? So to test this, you can install an extension called Thunder Client. With Thunder Client, you can test your APIs within your application or within your VS Code itself. If you're using Android Studio to follow this tutorial, I'll recommend you to install a tool known as Postman. Postman will allow you to test this API, and it has much more features than Thunder Client. As a matter of fact, if you're using VS Code as well, but if you want more features than this Thunder Client gives you, you can use Postman. This will allow you to test, debug. You can see it will allow you to do that, and over 20 million developers already use it. But I'm going to use this Thunder Client because my tasks are very simple. I just want to send a post, get, or some kind of a request, and then I'll get some data from here. So now what I'm going to do is test this API. So I'll go to the Thunder Client, I'll create a post request and click on send. But you can see I cannot post /API/signup. So how am I going to do that? Well, why is this even happening? So this is happening because in auth.js file, we've created our auth router and stuff. That's all cool. But our index.js is the main file, and it doesn't really know what auth router is. You can create as many files as you want, but you need to register it with the main file. And the main file is what we have passed in over here, the main file, index.js. You have to make sure that even index.js knows about it, because JavaScript or Node.js will only execute this code. We want further code to be executed as well. So let our index.js file know about this. How are we going to make them know? Well, we're just going to use app.use. This is known as a middleware. Basically, when the data comes from the client side to the server side, there is something known as middleware in between of them. What does this mean? Let me show you a diagrammatic representation. This is our server or the client side. This is our server side. We are sending some data from here, and when we send some data and we want some data, it will send us back over here. Let me just label this. This is client, this is server. Sorry for my terrible drawing. So here we have the client and the server, but what if I want to manipulate some data in between? How am I going to do that? Well, I can do it in the server side, but sometimes it's not just acceptable. So you do that in this middleware box. This is the middleware box. I'm just going to create it again. So with this middleware box, let me just type in M. With this middleware box, I'm going to manipulate any data coming, but here I'm not really manipulating data. I'm just using app.use so that I can make sure to use this auth router. So I'm just going to pass in auth router over here. But this is called a middleware. Similarly, we are going to use middleware for authentication purposes as well. When we get to it, make sure to remember this diagram. If you want, take a screenshot of it. A very systematic representation. But this middleware is very important for us. But you can see when we type auth router, we are not able to import it. Again, we have to pass in the module.exports line. So we'll have module.exports equal to auth router. Now we can take this auth router and now we can import it as well. So now if I try to run my application, let's see, we have no errors. I'll go to the extensions tab, use Thunder Client, and after you install it, you'll get this option. I'm going to click over here. I've passed in some data already, but if you want to test yours, you can just click on new request and pass in data. When you click on new request, you'll have to pass in this URL over here, localhost 3001, which is the port we are on. and then /API/signup, whatever route you want to test. And then you might be over here, you have to go to this body, pass in a JSON content like this. You have to pass in a curly bracket, then the name, email, and profile picture. Make sure to do that. Single inverted commas are not allowed, only double inverted commas are allowed. Then we are going to send the data, and you can see processing is there, but it's requiring so much time for this processing. That means something is wrong. There has to be something wrong when there is so much wrong. There's so much time. And the reason for that is, if we come over here, we are destructuring this property. But how are we able to destructure it? We want to make sure that whatever data comes to us, let's go to our diagram again. Whatever data comes to us from our client side to our server side is always in JSON format. We can't guarantee that, because when other developers join in, it won't be very easy for us to keep telling them that this has to be JSON, this has to be JSON, right? So instead of that, what we can do is app.use express.json. So what this will do, this is again a middleware, as I told you. So whatever data is coming here, it will take that, it will convert it into a JSON format and send it to the server. As I said, the manipulation of data. This manipulation of data has occurred here. And I said sometimes it can't just happen in the client side. That's why. Now I'm going to go over here again, and now I'm going to send the request. And you can see it was very quick. It was very instant. So I've got my user already created. Now if I just go to my server and refresh it, you can see users collection is there, and here we have it. This is ID. This is the automatically generated ID by MongoDB. We nowhere mentioned it to create. It created on its own, and it's of the type object ID, which is another type created by MongoDB. You can consider it this way. Then we have name as Naman, email as Naman123, and profile pic as test123. Obviously a profile pic is going to be different later on. But here we have it. Our user is now created. Our models are working well. Now the next part is connecting it with the client side. Let's get into it. So for that, I'm going to come to the auth repository simply, and over here replace all of this with this much. Now let's understand what we want to do. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is, in the lib folder, I'm going to create a new folder called models, and in this model we are going to create a user model file. Pretty simple. It's going to be very similar to the user model we just created. It's going to be, well, first of all we have to create a class. So we'll have class user model, then we are going to have final string profile picture, final string email, final string name. But other than this, we also need something known as a token, which is going to be empty initially, but later on we are going to add this token. And another thing that we need is UID. If you're getting confused with token, don't worry, I haven't explained it yet. We will get to it when we get to it. It's just the next step after this sign up process. So over here, in our user model, we generated a constructor. We need other classes as well. So I'm going to generate JSON serialization and then just save it. I'm going to close the terminal, go to this auth repository, and in here, I'm going to create an instance of this user model class. So I'm just going to pass in user model. Then we need to pass in the name, email, sorry. So we'll have user dot, let's see. And we have named the same thing. You can see this is user, even this is user. So now we have to change this name. I'm just going to call this user account. Then we will have user account. Sorry, this will be user dot email. This will be user dot name. And this can be null. So let's pass in this over here. And this is going to be display name. 1 second. Then we need a profile pic. So we'll have user.photo URL and the UID. So the UID is going to be empty for now. Token is going to be empty for now. Why are they empty? Well, as I already mentioned to you, they need to be initially empty because we don't have the UID access yet, token access yet. All we have is these three. Great. After creating this, we need to send a HTTP request. So to send the HTTP request, obviously we'll have the HTTP plugin installed. This is the pub.dev page of it. It's created by Dart language or Google itself. You can go through the documentation if you don't know how to use it, but I'm going to go through in this tutorial anyways. Now, for the unit testing, obviously we'll have to get the instance over here. Whatever packages that are there need to be coming from here. So we're going to have final client, and obviously this is going to be underscore client. And we are having client because HTTP directly provides us with post and get methods, but we don't want that. We want to use client so that we can mock it. If you're familiar with unit testing, you might know. So I'm just going to have client. Then over here, we're going to have client set equal to the client. I've already explained this in detail. Now we can have client dot post. I hope that's the method. If you go to our auth.js, we can remove this comment, not needed anymore. We will have post request here. So I'm just going to pass in post. Then we need to pass it to a specific URL. Now to get the URL, what we're going to do is create a new file in the lib folder called constants.dart. In this constants file, we're going to store all the constants of our application. For now, there will only be one. So we'll have constant host. And then here we need to pass in the host. Well, of course, we have to pass in http://localhost 3001. And why are we storing it here? Well, if we just come to this auth repository, you might notice that we will keep using this host because we have to keep sending get requests or post requests, right? So we will keep using this instead of writing this whole big string and making some error. We can just use this host. And other thing is, when we deploy our application to some server, then the URL will change. It will no longer be http localhost 3001. That time as well, it will help us. So anyways, here we can type in host, but another problem here is we can't have localhost. If we have localhost, it won't really work on the Android app. It will work on iOS, it will work on web, but it won't work on Android. So to fix this issue, we have to pass in our IP address. Now to get your IP address on Mac, you can just search on the net how to get my IP address, but this IP address doesn't have to be, public IP address. It doesn't have to be this public IP address. No, it doesn't have to be public IP address. It has to be your own private address. Just type it on the net how to get your own private IP address. If it's public IP address, it won't work. If you type on Google what's my IP address, it will just give you a public IP address. That won't be allowed. You need to use your private IP address. Anyways, I'll just type in my own IP address here and see you when I get done with it. Alright, I'm closing my constants.dart file, and in the host, let's just first of all import it. And I don't think it's importing. Let's quickly import the constants.dart file, and here in the host we have to pass in /API/signup, whatever we named over here in our auth router. Then we need to pass in, you can see this is already giving us error because it wants a type of URI. So we want to pass this so that it passes this string and converts it into a URI. After that, we need a callback function, not a callback function, sorry, we need to pass in the body, and the body is going to be user.toJSON, not user account.toJSON, and that's pretty much it. Then we need to supply headers to it, and this header is going to be content type application/JSON ;charset is equal to UTF-8 or -8. Basically, this header will tell this is a type of JSON format. Please accept this. If you don't add this, it will give you an error or a warning, something like that. Then we want to save it in a res variable. We'll also call await because this is a future, and in JavaScript terms, it's a promise. Now I'm going to, after getting this response, I'm just going to handle this. So we are going to have switch res.status code. So our whole concept is determined on the fact that what status code are we receiving. And with this, I realize the error in our code already. If you see in the try block, we have sent in .json. But here we can also add something known as status. You can see it adds a status code. This status code can be anything. For example, the most famous one is 404. 404 basically means not found. That is a status code for telling that yeah, we didn't find this page, sorry. With 200, we say that everything is okay, but we don't add it over here because by default it is 200. If you don't mention anything, it's going to be 200. But in the try block and in the catch block, the error that I mentioned, we have to pass in some error, right? So we will just pass in res.json error e.toString or e.message, whatever we want. And here, if we send it, you can see again that would be a problem because res.json will have a status code of 200, which is not acceptable by us. We want a status code of 500, which means internal server error. So that means that some server error has happened, we don't know what, but here is the error, here is the status code, something has gone wrong, it's not successful. So anything that's not 200 has to be passed in over here. If you don't pass in, your error handling method will all go wrong. Alright, so in our switch block, we will just write if the case, let me just write it, case is 200, then what will we do? Well, we'll just use new user and set it equal to user, which is this user. We don't want that, sorry, we want user account. So we want to use this user account and then have user account.copyWith. We don't have the copyWith function, so let's go in the user model, create a copyWith function. Save this much, come over here and we'll have copyWith function. With this, we are able to change contents of the user account. For example, if I want to change the email, I can change the email already with this copyWith. But if I directly try to do this, user.email is equal to something, you can see this is getting an error because over here, I've set the type of my email to be a final. Final won't change. So to change it, what I'm doing is copyWith. If you want to understand the working, you can go through this function, what it really does. Alright, so in the copyWith function, I'm going to pass in UID because that's the new thing and the token. Now we have not received the token, so I'm going to leave it empty for now. The next thing we are going to work on is the token. So over here, we are going to get the user, correct? So how am I going to get the data? Let's go to this Thunder client in our localhost. You can see this is our object model. Whenever we send the data, we are basically sending all of this. How are we sending all of this? We have our user account. We are converting this into a user model. While sending it, we are converting this user body to JSON. To JSON behind the scenes encodes this toMap function, and toMap basically converts it into a map. So after encoding and all of that stuff, we send it to our server. In our server, we just extract all of these things since it's in a JSON format. And then we just do our processes. That's how the whole process goes. Alright, so now to get the UID, you can see we have a JSON bracket and in that we have user. So how are we going to get that? Well, first of all, how do we get the information? To get the information, we always do res.body. So whatever response we get, that body, to get the request, you can see to get the request data, we are using request.body. But to get the data, we are going to get response.body. So in client side, we are going to have, so in client side to get the data, we are going to use response.body. But in the client server side, we are going to use request.body. Great. Now, response.body is simply a string. We need to convert this into a JSON format so that we can access objects on it. So how are we going to do that? Well, simple enough. JSON decode. With this function, we'll be able to convert our response.body to a proper function or to a proper JSON file or to a proper JSON string. Then here I want to access the user property. You can see here there is the user property. I want to access that property. But I just don't want the user property. I also want its ID. So I'm going to have user and the ID. ID here is underscore. You won't be able to see it. But if you go to the MongoDB, you can see it's underscore ID. So I'm going to pass in another thing like this. So we are taking response, we are converting it into JSON, accessing the user property, and in that user property, we have ID property. And that will make sure that we have the correct user ID. Let's see what error are we getting. Well, we need to pass in this client, so we'll pass in the client as well. Simple enough. You see the usage of this provider? Now I've just created it over here. If I use this auth repository provider in like hundreds of files, I don't have to go in those hundreds of files and then use this client. Instead, I just have to modify it over here and everything else falls in place. There were no errors in any other file. Alright, so let's go down again. Here, add a break, then add a default. And in that default, we can just throw a string error saying some error occurred. Otherwise, what you can do is just leave it over here. It wouldn't really matter. In our case, at least, if you want to do advanced error handling, you can just go ahead and do that. For example, case 400, case 500, all of those types, but I'm not going to go that deep in this application. Alright, now how do I get the data? How do I store it in my state management system? So for that, first of all, I have to create that state management system. So above at the top of my file, I'm going to create something known as user provider. This will keep track of our user data. And this will be equal to state provider. This is another type of provider provided by Riverpod. This will also have a ref, but I don't think I care about that. And initially the value will be null. Also here, let's give it a type of user model. What is all of this? Basically, we're creating a user provider which is as a state provider. The problem is if we use this provider, it is just a read-only widget. We can't just modify the values in this provider. To modify the values, we can use state provider or other type of provider like change notifier provider, all of that. But state provider is the easiest of all. So I'm just going to use them. And here I've provided the type. If I don't provide this type and hover over this, you can see the type of the state provider has become null. But that's not true. Initially, the value is going to be null. Why is it going to be null? Because when we do our state persistence in our main.dart file, we are going to check if the user is null, that means that the user is logged in. If the user is not null, that means that the user is not logged in. So for that, we want it null. But if I pass the value of null to it, it will cause me some bugs, some warnings, some errors later on in my application. So I'm going to provide it with the user model type as well. And this is nullable. If you just type this, it can't be null, correct? So just pass in an empty this. That means it's a nullable. Now if you hover over this has a type of user model. Now, obviously I want to use this user provider in my application over here because I usually like to keep my providers separate from my business logic. So I'm going to do that in my UI file. Usually you will use controllers for that, but I'm not going to go that deep into this architecture. This is a very simple application. The main point of this tutorial is to get you familiar with Node.js and sockets. So let's now dive into it. Over here though, so how am I going to, work in the UI file? I have to return something from here, correct? Only then can I give some thing. So I have to change this type, but what will the type be? That's a very complex thing. Because if there's an error, I want to show the error. If there's a data, I want to show the data. So do I pass in a map? That would be an ideal choice. You have to pass in a map. But instead of doing a map way, I would like to create another model called error model. With this error model, you can, first of all, create a class. And you don't have to pass in model like this. Instead, models are much better than maps whenever you get the opportunity. I try to do that. They reduce the scope of errors and they are much reusable as well. So here, this is going to have two properties: final string error, final dynamic data. This is a very rare use case I found for data. I usually try to give types to everything. That makes my code much better. But here, the data can be anything. It can be a string, it can be an integer, it can be a custom class as well. We don't know what we're going to return, so I'm just going to pass in a dynamic over here. Now, I'm going to create a constructor, and that's pretty much it. If we want any other functions, we can get to it. Alright. Over here, though, I'm going to change the return data type to future error model. Now we need to return this error model. So first of all, we'll instantiate this. We are not creating this inside of the try block, otherwise the scope is limited to this try block. We want it to be accessible even outside of this function. Now here we are going to have error model equal to error model. Then we pass in the error, which will be some unexpected error occurred. The data initially is going to be null. If our try block gets removed, here we are going to change the value, but if that's not the case, then it will tell you that something wrong happened. I don't know what, but there is something wrong. But if there is a case 200, that means everything went well. Make sure to not add it over here. If you add it over here, that will be bad. But if you add it in case 200, that means for sure everything went well. So error is equal to error model. Then we will pass in the error. Error is going to be null. Now error here is not showing null, so I'm going to go here and pass in question mark. That means it can be null. And we didn't have to do the same thing for data because dynamic can also be null. But in the data here, we are going to pass in new user. You can see right now we are passing in a custom class, which is user model. Usually, we can just pass in a string as well. So that's why they're dynamic. And in the catch block as well, we are going to have something similar. So let's just copy this line, remove the print warning, and in here, the data will be null. The error will be e.toString. Whatever we get over here, that's going to be the error. Alright, that's pretty much it. Let's see, we have to return this. That's why we are getting an error. So I'm going to have to return this error. Great. Now I can go to my login screen where I've called this sign in with Google function. You can see the return type is error model. So I have to create this asynchronous. I'm going to await this and then get the error model. So I'm going to call this final error model is equal to this. Then I'm going to check if error model dot error is equal to null. If the error is there, then we want to show a snack bar. So for that, we are going to use scaffold messenger dot off context dot show snack bar, and then we will pass in a snack bar, the content, which is going to be a text, and it will just be error model dot error. Let's just pass in not, and over here it's going to be not equal to null. So if error model dot error is not null, then this should happen. But of course we don't have build context, so let's accept build context, and that throws another warning, but we'll get to it. So here we have it. Now you can see do not use build context across async apps. To avoid that, what we can do is final s messenger is equal to scaffold messenger dot off context. Let's put it here. We'll take the s messenger and put it over here. So now the error is fixed. We have used context before making the asynchronous call, and then we are showing a snack bar. But if there is no error, then what should we do? And actually I like it this way better. I'm just going to put this in the else block. So if the error model dot error is null, that means everything was successful. That means data has some value. What are we going to do? Well, I just want to go to the home screen. So I'm just going to create another screen called home underscore screen dot dart, import material dart, create a stateless widget, and then home screen. This is going to be a scaffold. Save this much. Also here in our body, we are going to have a centered child text, which is just going to be reading from our Riverpod. So we are going to have consumer widget, and this will have a widget ref, everything we've done. So now in the text, what are we going to add? Well, I just want to check for now that the email is correct or not. So I'm just going to have ref.watch user provider dot email, and this has to be not nullable. That means that the user provider now has some value, and it obviously has some value because we went to the home screen. But before navigating to the home screen, we also need to make sure that we store it in our user provider. How are we going to store it? Well, simple enough. We are just going to use ref. So we are going to have ref.read user provider. Over here, if I type this, you can see I'm not getting any option to edit it. What should I do? It's just showing me the values of the user model, the properties available on user model, because this is of the type user model. To make some changes, you'll have to add .notifier here, and then you can update the value. You can see now we are getting different options. Now I can call .update, and now I can update the state. So the state can be error model .data. That's pretty much it. This should update it. Now I have to go to the next screen. So again, I'll have to create navigator here. Otherwise the same message warning that we'll get, we need to avoid that. So we'll have navigator dot of context. Obviously we'll have navigator replaced later on when we use some package, so that we can have our proper routing done. But for now we will just have navigator dot push. Then we will pass in material page route. We'll get a context, and here we just need to return the home screen. I can ignore the warnings for now, or I cannot. Let's just check, not ignore it. I'll save this much. I'll have to start my server. I exited it, so I'm just going to run it again. I'm also going to run my web version and see if it's working or not. And I just realized I've launched Chrome on a wrong version. I have to launch it on a 3000 port. So I'm just going to run the command that we earlier had, which is this flutter run-d chrome web port 3000. And we are running this on 3000, but our server is running on 3001. That's a keynote. If you run both on 3000, that will be a scope of error. Alright, so our app has launched. Let's go over here, sign in with Google. And you can see it sends us XML HTTP request error. Now, why am I getting this error? Well, that's basically because of an error known as CORS, Cross Origin Restriction. Basically, this is a very multi-platform app. You can run it on Android app, iOS, web. Whenever we are sending HTTP request, you can see we are sending it from web. We can't share it, from web, from Android, all of that. So to solve this error, we will just have to close our server and run npm install CORS. CORS issue is a very major issue. I mean, it just happens to everyone. So make sure to add that. Over here, we just have to import it first. So we'll have constant CORS is equal to require CORS. If you want to know more about CORS, you can check out the web. It's a pretty big thing. I can't explain it all together over here. Over here, I'm just going to use app.use and then pass in CORS. And since we are here, I realize another error that we might have made. We have to go to the user model here, and in the from map function, you can see everything is correct except the UID part, because UID is not really UID. It's underscore ID. You can see it in our Thunder client as well. If we just go to over here, everything is correct except underscore ID. We want the underscore ID as well, correct? So here, instead of having UID, we are going to have map underscore ID. Now I can restart my server. Okay, I have to restart my server, not use this. I can go to the index.js file, and instead of using CORS like this, I have to use it like this as a function. Now save this much. I'll try to run the app on web again. I'll restart the app. Then I'll click on sign in with Google. And you can see revancontacts@gmail.com showing up. Now if I go to the home screen, and here type in ID just to make sure UID, just to make sure it's correct, and I have to restart it. Of course, when you restarted, the state didn't persist. We have to work on that. We are going to do just that after testing this out. We're going to click on sign in with Google, and our ID is showing up as well. That means everything worked. Now the next part is whenever we restart the app, we don't want to come here. If we are logged in, we want to stay logged in. If you're not logged in, we don't want to stay logged in. Come on this screen. Let's get into it. So how is this entire state persistence thing going to work out? Well, I'm going to draw a diagram to explain that to you. Well, again, this is our client side. This is our server side. And now we want to persist the state. So obviously we've done the login process. We have sent it across. Then we've got our data. But that's all is over. We understood the problem as well. But now to persist the state, what we're going to do is, first of all, whenever we log in, we are going to send that data across. But here, when we do our login processes, for example, when we do it in our index.js and in the auth router, if we come over here, let me close the terminal. Here, we'll be generating a JWT, which is JSON Web Token. This token will allow us to securely store the user ID within ourselves and verify if it's a correct user or not. So here we will generate a JWT and send it across to the client side. So when we got here, we are going to send this across, but with a catch. We are also attaching our JWT with it. So we are attaching our JWT with it as well. Now over here in our client side, and this is the server side. So whenever in our client side we get the JWT, we are going to store it in our local machine. That means in the device. For example, if you are on web, we are going to store it in the local storage of web. If we are on Android or iOS, we are going to store in the local storages of those devices. This JWT will get stored here, and then whenever the user quits the app, or suppose here we restart our app, we are going to check whenever the restart happens. That means whenever we get to the root of this file, whenever we start our application, here we are going to check if the JWT is there or not in our local storage. If it's not there in our local storage, well, we are not logged in. But if it is there, then we want to get the user information as well, because ultimately, if I just sign in with Google, because ultimately I want to display some information on my web page. That's not going to happen in our application, but in case you want to display a profile picture, let's suppose. So after you restart the app and the user is logged in, you could get to the right screen as well. But you won't have the user data in your provider, right? Because we are adding to our provider after we get the user information from our auth repository. That means over here. Here we are creating a new user, sending it over, going to the login screen, we are getting this and reading from here. But that won't be the case when we restart the application. When we restart the application, we'll directly come here. We'll check, okay, there is no user. We'll go to the home screen, login screen. If there is a user, okay, let's go to the home screen. But where is the data? Where are we storing it in our user provider? We are nowhere storing it. So exactly, we are going to fetch the user information with that JWT. That's why we are using JWT. JWT will securely process that user ID that we are going to sign it with. You'll see later on in our code. But with that, we are going to sign our JWT, and when we send it to the server again to fetch our data, we are also going to pass in JWT. So all of this stuff has happened. Now let me erase it off. So all of that stuff has happened. Now for state persistence, we will send across our JWT, and in our server side, we'll make some code so that it can send it across again and give us the user data. So after we have this user data, we can access our application. Pretty simple, correct? Now let's get into it. We are going to go to our auth router. So let's quickly go there. Where is our auth router? Here. And here we are going to, well, first of all, create a JSON web token. So for that, we have installed a package, correct? Now, you know, JWT is just for securely transmitting information. So, and just to mention, why are we using the securely transmitting information, not directly ID? We can store the ID as well in our local storage. But if we use the ID, there's a great possibility a hacker or someone else might get into your phone, crack your phone and just see the local storage of your application. So we don't want that. We always want to secure it. That would be really good as well, correct? Now over here, I'm going to have JWT and will require it saying JSON Web Token. JWT is just short, but this is the package name, JSON Web Token. Now I'm going to use this JWT, and as I said, we're going to sign it with something, which is our ID. So we already have the method for it. You can see sign. So always we need to provide JWT. You can consider JWT like a wrapper around some information. So with JWT, we will get a random generated token, but we want to display something, correct? I mean, not display, but we want to get some information based on it. So for that, we are going to have jwt.sign. Then we are going to pass in the ID, and the ID is going to be user._ID. Now let's understand why we did this. Over here, we found the user. Whatever user we had in Mongoose with the same email, we have already used that. Now here we are just checking if there is no user. That means we need to create the new user. So we have saved it, and then we are assigning it to the same variable, right? So we can use user._ID. If the user is newly being created, then it will save it. If it already exists, we already have that same user variable there. Now here I'm going to have constant token equal to jwt.sign. Having this, I can just take this token and pass it along with our user. And that's why we had this object created. Otherwise you could have just done user and it would work just fine. But we wanted to send token as well. So I did this. Now as we are here, we can also create another route, which is to get the user data. As I mentioned already over here, we need to get the user data. So I'm just going to create another route called authRouter.get. We are using the get request here because we want to get the user data. Here we use the post request because we wanted to send some data to our database. And here I'm going to have just slash. Then we are going to have something known as an Auth Middleware, which we are going to create just now. And then we are going to have async request response. And then this is all of our code. Our route. So basically whenever we access localhost 3000 but with only a slash, we don't want anything else. Slash API slash signup is not required. We only require slash. That time we will use this slash. And you can have multiple routes with this slash. For example, you can also have authRouter.post, but this part needs to be different. Otherwise this part needs to be different, but it has to be different. You can't have two routes with the same URL, right? I mean, the server will get confused. Alright, now what is this Auth Middleware? Well, Auth Middleware, as I mentioned, you can guess it, it's a middleware. So let me get my illustration quickly. So here we are going to have our middleware. Obviously, as I mentioned, this is the middleware part. But in this middleware, whenever the client sends some data, it will come over here. Now, in our application, we are going to have a feature wherein the logged in users will only be able to see certain types of routes. For example, document. Only the logged in user will be able to view the shared documents, will be able to create new documents, all of that stuff. So we need to make sure that we add a layer of protection to check if the user is authenticated or not. So if the user is authenticated, then only we can proceed forward. Now, of course, we can put that in every route. For example, if I have this route, I can here get the user's ID from the header and then check. And why header, why not body? Because get requests don't allow body. I mean, we are just getting the data. So what's the use of body? But there is something known as header. So tokens are generally sent from the header. Now with this header, we can get the user ID and then check in our database if that user already exists. If the user exists, that means that the user is authenticated. If he is not, then they're not authenticated. All of that stuff. Also, we'll have to check something regarding the token, correct? Because we want to know that the user is logged in or not. I mean, the user can just log in and then click on log out. And after that, we don't know if the user logged out, correct? So for that purpose, JWT will help us. And we'll create all of that in Auth Middleware. We won't do it in this route. Of course, we can do it in this route, but it wouldn't make sense to do it for hundreds of routes, correct? So here we are going to get some data. we can access that auth middleware. So this is our auth. Let me create that A. So this is our auth middleware. After we get that, we know if the user is logged in or not. If the user is logged in, then we can perform our task accordingly. If not, then we can just say the user is not logged in. I don't know what you're telling. So let's go here and create the auth middleware. In our server, we are going to create middlewares. And this auth middleware that we are going to create is a very important thing in our application. You can understand that right away. Because on this, our entire application is going to depend, because logged in users will only be able to see the Google sign-in button. No other routes they'll be able to access. So this is a very important feature. If you didn't understand, make sure to leave a comment and I'll try to explain it to you again. Anyways, now let's create a function for authentication. We are not going to use Mongoose for it because, well, obviously Mongoose has to do something with MongoDB. We don't want to do anything with MongoDB. So here I'm going to have my auth middleware. It's going to be a simple function and it's going to be async request response next. And then since it's async, we are going to have a try and a catch block. Then here we are going to first of all access the token, and we are going to get the token here from the request.header. So we can have constant token is equal to request. As I mentioned, request allows us to view body, allows us to view header. So this is the header, and through the header we are going to pass something known as a token, and I'm going to call this xAuth token. I like to generally call this. I think it's a convention as well. I'm not pretty sure about that. Anyways, you can name this whatever, but make sure later on in your application, whenever I use this xAuth token, you have to replace this with your own token. I mean, with your own line. For example, if you type in token, you want this to be token, not xAuth token then. Then here you can check if there is no token mentioned, that means there's some problem because you have not mentioned any auth token. So we can just return response.status 401. Why are we having 401? Because 401 means no authorization. I mean, the user is unauthorized. That's why you're using 401. If you use 400, it would make sense a bit, but it still doesn't clearly make sense because 400 means bad request. So here I'm going to pass in 401, no authorization. So we are just going to have a JSON, and here we are going to type in a message. If you want, you can have an error as well, but I'm going to go ahead with message, and I'm going to type no auth token access denied. Now, if there is no token, then we are going to return it. So if there is no token mentioned, then we are returning it. That means we are getting out of the function. So we can use the guard clauses technique here and obviously just continue along. So here we are going to have constant verified so that we verify. Now how are we going to verify the token? It's in a JWT format. You remember, we are sending the data, we are getting the data back JWT, we are storing it in a local machine, and then we are sending this data again to a server. Let me remove the arrow so that it's not confusing. So we are again sending our data, the JWT, to a server through the header, and xAuth token is exactly that JWT. So how are we going to verify that? JWT is in a gibberish format, it's not our real ID. How are we going to do that? Well, obviously we are just going to have jwt.verify method on it. Now let's access JWT as well. So we are going to have constant JWT is equal to require JSON web token. And now we have access to this. I can just call verify method. Now in this verify method, first we need to pass in a token. So our token is this. And then we need to provide it with a key. So if you go here, we have made an error already. Here in the sign method, it requires a payload, which is our ID, and a secret or private key. This secret or private key I need to mention. Now what is the secret key going to be? Well, it's just going to be something you can access your JWT with. For example, if you want multiple JWTs in your application, it's not just for, storing or securing the information or password. It can be literally anything, correct? So here we are assigning the key to it. So this is the password key. If you want later on for a document, for example, you can create document key. We are not going to need this in our application, but for password, we do need it. So we will provide password key, and exactly that we need to mention over here as well, so that we can verify it. Then here we are going to check if not verified. Then we are going to return res.status again 401 because it's unauthorized JSON message token verification failed. Try again later. Or authorization denied. This seems like a very good message. Alright, now after having this, if the user is verified, then finally we can just do request.user is equal to verified.id. What does this mean? Well, here we are basically telling that the request parameter that we have can now have a new object on it. This is how objects are used, if I've not mentioned it already. Request.user is equal to verified.id, not index of, verified.id. So if we go over here and we have the auth middleware with us, only when we have the auth middleware with us and the user is authenticated, here we can just do console.log request.user and it will print out the ID of the user, because here we have stored request.user as verified.id. So what has happened is we add our again big box. Here we are checking if there is authorization. We are storing some information which is our ID as request.user. Then we are going here. So it already has that information that request.user is this. If you try to use it over here, it will give you null or undefined, something like that. So you don't want that. So obviously only when you use auth middleware will you be able to. So here we have done that, and similarly we are going to do for the token as well. So we are going to have request.token equal to token. And now here we are going to have a catch block saying res.status 500.json error, and here we are going to have e.message. Great. Now you might have noticed that we have an extra parameter here, which is next. Obviously this is not an express related route, so this is a middleware. Now in the middleware, this comes in express, but it's in the middleware of the express route. So we also get access to next. So we can call next over here, which is a function. What is this function? Well, when we go from our client to our middleware, we are having our verifications, like if there is no token this, then if there is a token, then we can move forward. So we'll have verified jwt.verify. Then we are having a check if it is not verified, then we'll return all of this. And if it is verified, then we are going to have all of this done. But how does a server know that we won't go next? We won't go over here. We don't have to go over here. All of this can happen, but we won't go to the next part. Even if it is successful, if we don't add this line, we won't be able to go over here, because our middleware doesn't know we have to go. And when do we have to go? Only after all of these attempts have been done. Only then do we have to go next. So we have added next over here. Alright. Now having done that, let's export this. Don't forget it. We won't be able to access it. Then we can take this auth middleware, come over here and import that auth middleware. Great. Now that we have access to it, we can use Mongoose to get the user data. That's what I had mentioned, right? So here we just want to get access to the user. So we'll have access user. And how did we get access to user? Well, this line, correct? I've named it const instead of let because I'm not going to reassign it. I'm just getting the data. I just want to get the data and send it across. So I'm just going to use the same thing. user.find1, I can use that. So I will have await user.find. But here you can see find one, find by ID. Which one do we use? Well, we can use find and then find one, of course, because there's going to be only one user with the same ID. And then we can have underscore ID as request.user. Now this should work, but I'm not sure if it will work because ID is of the type object ID that I already mentioned to you. But here it's of the type string, so you might have to check that. But another approach to this is just using find by ID option. We already have the ID, why don't we just use find by ID option? And then we can have request.user, and that's it. That's all we need to write. Now we just need to send it across. So we'll just have to pass in user, and here we also need to pass in token. Now what is this token going to be? Well, request.token. Simple. Because here in our Auth middleware, we are setting request.token as token. So we already have access to it. But here I'm not doing request.token like this. You can see there is an error. So I have to do it like this. Only when the key and the value are same. For example, if this was this, then only we could do this. Now, if you seriously want to do it and think it's cool, no problem. You can just do constant token is equal to request.token and then do something like this. This will also work, but just to make sure anyone reading the source code understands this properly, I'm just going to do this. Great. Now after having this, of course, you can have the try and catch block wrapped around. I'm not doing that. Now you get the gist of everything that I'm doing. So I'm going to skip a bit of steps here. Now I'm going to close all the save file, go to my auth repository file again. Now over here, we're going to have something really similar. So I'll just copy this entire function. For your practice, I would recommend you to not copy and paste this. If I start copy and pasting, the tutorial will be much shorter. So I'll keep copy pasting, but it would be highly recommended for you to type this all code so that you can create your apps in the future. But even before doing that, let me just remove this off. I'll go up here, and as we talked about in the client side, in the login side, you can see we have a body user account.toJSON and all of that good stuff. Here we are going to do user account.copy with and also have access to token. And this token is going to be very similar to this, but instead of having, user underscore ID, we're going to have token, and this has no ID, it's just token. Alright, so now let's just try to use our Thunder client to do the sign up process. I'm going to click on send, and you can see user is there and token is there, and this is a pretty big token. This has just converted our user ID to gibberish. So let's close this off, and we have access to the token. Now whenever we get this token, we want to make sure that we store it in our server, in our local storage. How are we going to do that? We obviously don't know how to store it in our local storage. So for that, we're going to use a plugin called Shared Preferences. After installing that, there's no other process required. Don't worry about it. We will just go to a repository and create another called local repository, or I think a better name would be local storage repository. And in this local storage, well, first of all, create the class, and then we are going to have our function. Well, it will just be two function, void set token. So here we are going to have, well, this is going to be asynchronous, so we'll have shared preferences. Preferences is equal to await shared preferences dot get instance, and then we are just going to do preferences dot set string. Here pass in xauth token and then pass in the token. So this is going to receive a token from here and paste it over here. So what are we doing here? Well, first of all, we are getting the instance of shared preferences. This is how you get it. You can't do something like this to get the instance. That's just wrong because you just can't have it. So here we are receiving the token because we are going to call it here. Whenever we call it here, we are going to pass in our token. We don't have access to it as a local class. Then here we are going to have shared preferences is equal to await shared preferences.getInstance. We got the instance of our preferences. Now we can call multiple methods on it. We can call get the string, set boolean, whatever value you want to set. We want to set a string, so we will pass in the key of it, xauth token. Don't confuse it with the value of our server. And our server also, we are going to use the same value, xauth token, but just to reduce, usage of many strings, I'm using xauth token. If you want, you can even call this token, but when we get the string, we want to use this exact name. We don't want to falter. So let's just keep one name, xauth token, for all of that. And now we have set the token. That's all. We have set it to our local storage. Now we need to do this for get token as well. So we are going to have void get token. We are going to remove the parenthesis. We don't want that anymore. It's just going to be a single line function. So we are just going to do preferences dot. No, it cannot be single line because we want this shared preferences get instance line. So here we are just going to have get string xauth token. This doesn't require anything else. After we get this, we obviously need to return this string. So let's return this after having string token is equal to preferences.getString. Await this. This can be null, so that's fine. We can just return this token. Over here, the return data type is going to be string. And since this is async, we are going to have future string. And this apparently doesn't require await, so let's just remove that. So here what have we done? Well, we have created an instance of preferences. Now we are just calling getString on it, which can be null because this string might not just exist. We have made some error, or the user is opening the app for the first time and logging in for the first time. Then we are just returning the token. Great. Now we want to use it over here. So what are we going to do? Well, we are just going to take it from the constructor first, which is local storage repository. It is a package. I mean, this class doesn't know about local storage repository. Instead of creating a whole new class, instead of calling it as an object, I would prefer to use constructor so that the unit testing is much more easier. So we will have local storage repository, again make it private. Then here we are going to have required local storage repository, and then just finally have underscore local storage repository equal to this local storage repository. Now we can take this local storage repository, go down, and here have local storage repository dot set token. And the new token is going to be, well, the new user's token. Simple enough. We have the new user. We copied it with this UID and with this token. Now new user has access to this token. Or otherwise you could have just taken this from here and pasted it over here. But what's the use of it? Just writing more code, right? So just use new user.token and there we have it. Now we will go up here, pass in the local storage repository. Simple enough. Now let's finally create the get user data route. So whenever we have all of this done, we want to get the user data. Even now we won't be able to, persist the state because we have not got the user data. We are not checking if the user is null or not. We are not doing anything of that sort. So we need to get this straight. So whenever we get this user data, well, first of all, rename this to get user data. Here we are going to have the same error model created. Then here in the try block, well, let's just remove everything till here, because all of this we might need, switch case, error handling, all of that stuff. So here what are we going to have? Well, we want to get the token first so that we can check if the token is null or not. If the token is not null, then we can get the user data. If the token is null, then the user is not authenticated. So here I'm going to have string, which can be null, token is equal to await local storage repository dot get token. Now we have token with us. Now we can check if token is not equal to null. Then we are going to send the request. So we can just take this from here, paste it in here. Even the switch cases, methods and all of that stuff, we can shift it in here. Also, let's remove one bracket, that's extra. Alright, so now here, if the token is not null, then we want to send a response and it's going to be a get request because we want to get the user data. To get the user data, we created a route which will just be host / correct? Now we have the body. As I said, get request, you can't send body. If this was post, you could see we could pass in the body, but with get, no body. So let's just remove it. So how do we send our token? Well, I already mentioned, correct? We are going to send in oAuth token. And this is the header. You might have seen we are sending this content type thing. Here we also need to pass in oAuth token. And here we will pass in our token. Now we know that it's not going to be null, so we can pass it over. Now after this request is sent, we are going to have switch response.status code. If it's 200, then what do we do? In case of 200, well, we will just remove all of this. What we are going to have is user model dot from JSON, and then here we need to pass in the source, which is going to be user.body, correct? Nope, that's the wrong part. Also, this is going to be rest.body. Now, why is this wrong? It does say from JSON, right? So we need to pass in our JSON, which is response.body. But no, that's not how we do it. For example, if you come to our Thunder client here, again, you might see this is our response. We are even passing in token. Now, if we just pass in this, it will just see two things, user and token, and none of our properties from user model.from JSON. You can see that from JSON calls from map, and in this from map, we are just doing email, name, profile picture, all of that stuff. But in our map, we are passing in this entire object. In our entire object, this isn't map at user. This is not map at token. This is map at user at underscore ID, at underscore name. So how do we fix this? Well, simple enough. We are just going to pass in this as response.body at user. So whenever we pass in user, it will pass in all of that stuff, correct? But here comes another error. We can't use on string these brackets. So we will have to convert it to JSON. So we will pass in JSON encode. Then we will pass this response.body to it. Don't pass user to it, just pass user. And here we don't need to encode it, we just need to decode it. Now you can see we have fixed the error, but this basically means that you have returned a JSON. We have returned a JSON object. From JSON requires a string, so we again need to make sure that we encode it. So we will just pass in encode again here. We will take all of these lines and pass it over here. Now it makes much more sense. So what have we done? We have decoded the JSON that we got by sending the response. We are accessing the user property on it so that we get all of this data. Then we are encoding this JSON and finally calling user model.from JSON, which will read all of the property in this user tab, which is ID, name, email, profile pic. And that's why in from JSON, you can see we have map at underscore ID because our property here is map at underscore ID. But now what about the token? Token is also very important in our application. How do we fix that? We didn't get the token. We just got all the elements over here. Now to fix that, what we are going to have is .copy with, and we need to pass in token like this. And this token is going to be token. Well, because we have the token already. Why do we use the token that it's giving us? Instead, we will just take the token from here. It's the same thing, right? You can also do all of this and pass in token. But instead of doing that, just pass in this token. It's the exact same thing. We are passing in the token. in our index.js file, we are, in our auth router, we are having Auth Middleware where we are storing this request.header. You can see we're having this request.header where we are accessing the token and then sending it off to request.token, and we are sending this to our client again. So literally the same thing we are sending off to our server and back to our client. So why do I use that? Instead, just use .token and we have it. We have our entire user ready. Now we just need to send that data across, which is an error model. All of our stuff is done. Now we can successfully go back to our home screen where we are going to change this, not to our home screen, sorry, in our main.dart file where we can change this my app to a stateful widget. Here in the init state, we are going to call the getUserData function because whenever our app restarts, we want this getUserData to be there. So I'm just going to call the getUserData function here. I'm going to create that function as well. So we will have void getUserData, asynchronous, and now I will also have an error model created right up there. So I'm going to have error model, which can be null. So as long as the error model is null, that means we are fetching the data. So as long as it is fetching the data, it's going to be null. But so we can use that to display a loading indicator. But what if the error model is, when the error model is not null, we can check the error model.error if that is null. If that is null, there's something wrong. Anyways, here we can pass in consumer so that we can give our user data error model some value. So for this, we obviously need to use auth repository. To get access to auth repository, we need reference widget ref. Now, how do we do that in a stateful widget? It's easy. Here, and here. If you're wondering how I click with 3 cursors, you can just click on option and it will select or deselect for you. Here I'm going to pass in consumer and you can see error goes away. This I've imported Flutter Riverpod, that's why. This is now a consumer stateful widget, which is another widget provided by Riverpod itself. And it's equivalent to consumer widget, but just like stateless widget and stateful widget are different, consumer and consumer stateful widget are different. Consumer stateful widget in our consumer state stores the reference, the widget ref. For example, in our login screen, if we go, we had widget ref here. But in our main.dart file, since we have consumer state, we don't have a widget ref here. It's already there present, like we have set state present, correct? We have set state present only in stateful widget. If we do it in a stateless widget, it won't be possible without using another widget, which is stateful builder. So in our main.dart file, we are just going to use reference.read and we are going to read from the auth repository provider. What do we want? Well, we just want the user data, so give it back to us. And we need to await this because getUserData will return future error model. Our error model is just of the type error model. Great. Now we can check if error model dot data, and before that we'll have to check if error model is not equal to null. So if the error model is not null and error model dot data is not null, then we want to update the user provider. That means the error model is not null, it's not loading anymore. Error model dot data is not null. That means that there is data, there is no error. So we are just going to use ref.read user provider.notifier so that we can update it. We have done this in the login screen as well. .update, and then we want to update it with whatever user data we get. So we're just going to have error model.data, and that's it. this is of the type user model if it's correct. I mean, if there is no error, because here in our auth repository, we've passed in new user. After having all of this done, I think we have all the parts ready. Now we just need to check and watch first of all. So we will watch here saying final user is equal to ref.watch and then pass in user provider. Then if you're using watch in the build method, it's correct. I mean, you can use watch in build, read in outside the build. So here you can check if user is not equal to null, then you want the login screen, otherwise the home screen. Sorry, I typed it reverse, so I'm just going to use user is null, then login screen, otherwise home screen. Now, also I've noticed all the code part is done, if there is no error obviously. So I'm just going to start my web on the port 3000, otherwise it will give me an error, correct? So I'll run it on this port, web port 3000, and let's wait for it. So here I have the app ready. I'm going to click on sign in with Google. I'm signed in and you can see 63 or all that ID stuff showing up. Now if I refresh my browser, I'm again going back to this screen. You can see even if I restart my app from here, you can see nothing really changes because, well, we are on the screen and we will remain on the screen. Our part now is working successfully. We have completed state persistence. Now let's try it on Android and iOS, and if you have any errors there, well, let's just figure it out how to complete that. So I've launched the Android emulator and here I'm going to click on sign in with Google. And you can see null check operator used on a null value. It does sign me in, but it gives me a null check operator. Let's see why we got that error. And the null check operator came here because of here. Sometimes the display name or the photo URL can be empty. Display name is mostly never empty, but photo URL can be. So to fix that error, what you need to do is this. With this, the profile picture will get stored with an empty string. If you want to give a default profile picture, you can pass that link of the profile picture over here. But I'm not interested in that, so I'm just going to give it an empty string. For the display name also, you can do the same thing. If it is null, then it will give some if it will give an empty string. Otherwise, it will give this value. Great. Now if I restart, it should start the application. Now if I click on sign in with Google, I go to the next screen. If I restart the app, I'm still over here. You can see that. Now the next part of our application is going to be the document part, but before that we need to work on something else. We want to work on the routing of our application. How are we going to manage the routing in such a big application, correct? Now, in spite of it being a big application, you can use Navigator. But there's a problem with Navigator, dynamic links. Basically, whenever I go on the web, I want to pass in a certain URL that will fetch me the current document. For example, if I pass in whatever my URL name is, localhost 3000, let's say. After that, I'll put /document/ the ID of the document, and I want to go to that document. How am I going to achieve this? That won't be possible with Navigator. So we are going to use Navigator 2.0 for that. But I found Navigator 2.0 a bit tricky to use and explain. So I'm going to use Route Master for it. This is a wrapper around Navigator 2.0. And it has a silly name, that's fine. But this is much more easier to use. If you're coming from React.js, you might know this as the React Router DOM. It's so much simpler to use. It's very simple. If you see an example, you might see if we want a dynamic link kind of thing, this is the link /feed/profile /id, and to use this we are just going to use info.pathmeters id, and we have it. It's so much simpler and it's very similar to React Router DOM. So I'm just going to copy this and add it to my dependency. I'm going to close this. I don't need this anymore. I'm going to run on my web because all of these changes won't be visible on phones, correct? It will only be visible on our web. So I'll directly go to the main.dart, and here I need to register my routes first. So instead of returning material app here, I'm going to return material app dot, and I just realized we can't run this. We have to run on a specific port. So let's run on that port. Here we have it, web port 3000. Now here, instead of returning material app, I want to return material app dot router. We have all the same properties except this home and a few other. For example, routes, that is no longer there. Now we have access to other things like router delegate, router information parser, router information provider, all of that stuff. But what we are going to use is two things. Route information parser, which is constant route information parser. And you can see abstract classes can't be initiated. To fix that, we need to return route master information parser. And with that, we have the property already passed in. All we need to do is pass in this constant route master parser, and you can see initializes a parser that works in conjunction with route master delegate. Now we need to pass in route master delegate. So here in the router delegate property, we are going to pass in route master delegate. And here it requires a route builder. Now based on this route builder, we are going to generate and tell which route can be used and what route can be used. So here we are going to get a context, which is very cool. And also here we can return the route we want to use. So I'm going to shift my final user call in this context. And now I'm going to check if user is not equal to null and user.token is not empty. So if the token is not empty and the user is not null, that means that the user is logged in. So you want to return a route that will work for logged in. Otherwise, you have to return a route that will work for logged out. And here you can see it requires a route map. So we need to create this route map. I'm going to create this in a different file altogether because as our app grows, we don't want to fill this UI part over here, right? So I'm just going to create another file called router.dart. In this router.dart, I'm going to create basically as many routes I want as global variables. So I'm going to have final logged out route is equal to route map. And here I have to pass in a required route called routes. And here it's going to be a map. Now what is our first map route going to be? It's going to be slash. So whenever we are logged in, what kind of routes do we want to make accessible? We're doing that basically. So router delegate will tell us that if we are logged in, what all routes are accessible. If you're logged in, then all what routes are accessible. So when we have slash, we are going to get something, you can see, but I don't really care about that. Still, I can take this. For this logged out route, I don't care. So I'm going to have constant material page. And in the child, I'm going to pass in login screen. So basically, whenever we are logged out, what all routes do we want to display? What all routes can the user go to? Well, just the slash part. So whenever the user is logged out and comes to this slash part, for example, localhost 3000 slash, then the user will only be able to see login screen. And what other routes do we want? Nothing else. Whenever the user is logged out, all other actions are prohibited. So we don't want anything else. Now I'm going to copy this and going to create logged in route. And here, this is going to be slash again. So whenever the user is logged in, what all routes do we want to display? So whenever the user comes on slash localhost 3000 slash and the user is logged in, then we want to show them the home screen. So I'm going to name this home screen. Another route that we want is going to be document, but we'll get to it when we start creating and go to the document part. For now, logged out route has slash and this also has slash, same thing. But the only difference is if the user is logged out, this will be returned. If the user is logged in, this will be returned. And here we are going to pass the same thing. If the user is not null and the user token is not empty, then we are going to return logged in route. Otherwise, we are going to return the logged out route. Note that logged in route will be able to display all of the routes that you want. For example, if you want other screens to have the same logged in route, for example, document on all of that stuff, you can have that here. But this will only include the for the users that are logged out. To see an example, let's quickly restart our application. And here, sign in with Google. And as you can see, I logged in and I'm still on the same route. I was on localhost 3000, I'm still on localhost 3000. That's how crazy it is. And even if I try to refresh, I'm not going back. That means it's working. So whenever we have slash, it's working. And this slash also works. And that's because we are using ref.watch user provider. This is because of Riverpod as well. So whenever there is some change in the route, you can see ref.watch runs and all of that stuff happens. It reads the data from the user provider correctly, and thus we get all of this output. This is all together. Now let's go back to our login screen, and wherever we use navigator off, we need to replace this with routemaster.off context. And with this, what we can do is navigator.push, but now we just have to pass in slash. These have shorter methods. For example, if we want to do pop, or we want to go to the other screen and we want to replace the other screen, we can use dot replace. Instead of using push, replacement, all of that stuff, just replace. Very simple. Now if I restart the app, I'm still over here and all of that stuff works properly. Now the next part comes in, creating our app bar, where in our app bar, we will be able to log out and also be able to create new documents. And then obviously we need to display those documents. So let's quickly get into all of this stuff. So now we will go to our home screen and in here create a very simple app bar. This will be called app bar. And here in the actions, we are going to put two things. Well, first of all is the icon button. And the second one is also an icon button, but the icon is going to differ, which is the first one is add so that we can create a document. Here it will be a constant. And another one is the logout button so that we can, well, log out. And here, let's try to refresh our application. I'll restart it and here we have it. Now, first of all, we need to remove this debug banner. So what we can do is set debug show checked mode banner to false. And after that, we can come to the home screen and here change the color of app bar. So the background color here can be K white color. After that, the elevation can be 0 because right now there is a bit of elevation. Now we will just restart the app and here we have it. Our app shows up, but the icon buttons are not showing up because they are of the white color as well. So we need to change their color. That color can be color, K black color. Then we can copy this exact same thing and paste it down here. Great. Now if we reload our application, here we have both of these things. Cool. Let's just make our logout button red color. So we'll go to our colors.dart file and here create another constant called kRedColor. So we'll call this kRedColor, make this colors.red and here kRedColor. Then again restart our application and here we have it, the red color. Looks good. Now let's work on the sign out option. It's pretty simple. Now to make you understand how the sign out function is going to work, let me ask you, what is the basis of the state persistence of our application? Token, right? So what if we just remove the token from the local storage? If I remove the local storage token, everything will just disappear, right? That's the main point. So I just need to go to my auth repository here, create a new function called void sign out. And here this will be asynchronous obviously. So here I'm just going to do local storage repository.set token and I'm going to set it to an empty string. I've just removed the token. So here if I just show you the state persistence code, we are checking if there is a token or not, correct? If the token is not null, then all of this is happening. But what if the token is there? I mean, not there, sorry. So here we are just throwing an error, and on the main.dart screen, we're not handling the error or throwing some error message. Here we are just saying that if the data is not there, then the user is not going to get any value. So this user provider will be empty, thus this will be empty, and thus we will show you the logged out route. And that's pretty much it. If you just refresh the application and obviously bind this function, so we'll have void, call this sign out, and here have widget ref passed in, and here we are just going to call ref.read auth repository provider.sign out. It's not sign in with Google, sign out. Also, we need to clear off our data from the provider, because right now the provider has some data. We don't want it to contain any data. So here we will just say ref.watch ref.read user provider.notifier.update, and we'll again set it to null, because here on the main.dart file we are just checking if there is no null, then logged in route, otherwise the logged out route. That's why we are coming to the home screen and setting this to null. Easy. And why are we doing this? Well, this line will set the local storage token to empty. So whenever we next restart the application, our app won't log in. But what if we are already logged in. Whenever we click over here, we are logged in. It will just clear off the token, but still there is some data in the user provider, so we'll still be over here even though we are logged out. When we restart, only then will we go to the login screen. But before that, we'll still stay on this screen. That's why this line is important. That will make it null, and when it's made null, here this part will also run again, and thus we will get the logged out route. If I just run this again, I'll click over here. Let me just take this and pass it in over here. So it will be something like this. We've passed in the ref successfully. Now restart the application and then click over here, and you come to this sign in with Google. Now if I just restart the application, you can see I'm signing in with Google. But when I click over here, it didn't even ask me for my email or anything. The reason for that is I have not signed out with Google. You can see here, I signed in with Google, and that's all I had to do. But from here, I even need to sign out, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is await Google sign out. And after signing out, it will ask us for our email and stuff again. So that's pretty cool. Now I'm not going to sign out and do stuff again, but that was the basic point. Now the next part is whenever we click over here, we need to create a new document and go to the new document. So for that, before anything else, we need to create a document screen, correct? So we'll just create that. We'll call this document underscore screen dot dart. So we'll import material dart. I know this is going to be a stateful consumer, so I'm adding the stateful consumer. If you're wondering how I got this, well, first of all, let me type this name, document screen. If you're wondering how I got this consumer stateful snippet, I just added an extension called Flutter Riverpod snippets. You can download it. It's pretty cool. Now, to make sure these errors go away, import Flutter Riverpod, and you can see all the errors go away. Now we need to return a scaffold here. Now also there's another thing that we need to do. Other thing is we need to get an ID over here. So every document, this document screen is going to be used for every document that we go through. For example, suppose there is a list of documents that are shown here which we created. When we click on them, we will go to this document screen with a unique ID. And this document screen will be this document screen. Of course, we can't keep on creating different screens for different documents, correct? That would be like really terrible. I mean, it won't even work, correct? Because we don't know how many documents there are going to be. And for every document, we can't keep on creating screens dynamically, correct? So this document screen will manage this all. So for that, we need a string of ID. Now here we need to pass accept this through the constructor so that we can pass it from the screen that we are getting it from, which can be this part. Whenever we click over here, we generate a new document ID and go over there. Otherwise, it can be from the list of documents that we will show later on. Over here in the center, for now, we can just display, a basic ID. So we'll have text, ID, and that's it. I think widget.id is better. And then just save it. Alright, now let's get to the backend part of all of this stuff. So whenever we click over here, we need to create a new document. So for that, we'll have to do multiple more tasks. Now our authentication part is completed, so we don't really care about the auth repository anymore. We'll have to do all our stuff in the document repository. But before that, we'll have to create a route, right? And it won't be in the auth.js file. This is only for authentication files. So now we need to create document.js, which is the document route and even the document model, correct? Because now we don't want to store all of the data in user collection. We want to store it in the document collection. So let's quickly design a document. So what is our document going to be like? Let's just think about it. Well, first of all, it should have the user's ID. ID of the user who created this document, so that we know whom it belongs, and later on we can fetch on the screen the list of documents of the user. Then we need the time at which it was created. It's not really necessary, but if you want, you can keep this. It will be really helpful if you want to expand this project later on. But for me, I'm not even going to use it because MongoDB will automatically arrange it in a order I like. Then we want the title of the document. Obviously, initially it's going to be set as untitled document, but later on the user can even update that. And finally, we need the contents of that document. So what all is written? The bullet points, the bold text, the italicized text, all of that stuff. So first of all, we'll start off by importing Mongoose. So let's require Mongoose. After that, we need to create a document schema. We know all of that stuff because we have already done that in the user.js file. So we'll have document schema. How do we create a Mongoose schema? Well, I already said that, but mongoose.schema. And obviously, before we even forget it, let's just export this document schema away. Now here we are going to have UID. Let me make it small. And UID will have which properties? Well, required should be true. Type will be string. UID will always be a string, correct? After that, we will have created at. What is created at going to be? Well, it's going to be a date, right? But in Flutter, whenever we will create a JSON model, we will convert that date time object into a number, which is going to be milliseconds since epoch. So for that, I'm going to make this first of all required and then give the type of number. After that, we will have title. So here required will be true. And type will be string. But also there is going to be trim set to true. Why? Because title is there. Title is in the input of the user. Whenever the user inputs the title, the user is doing it, and the user input can be risky sometimes. So we always need to make sure that we trim it. And then we want content. Content will be of the type array. And here you might notice that I'm not entering the required type as true. Why? Because content is not necessarily required. For instance, when we create our application or create a document, when we click over here, the content is going to be empty. So for that, I can mention another property called default. So what do I want in the starting? So what if I don't provide any value to content? It's not necessarily required. I don't have to give it away whenever I create the document model. But I want the default to be an empty list. So if I don't give it, So that means when I don't mention the content, it will take in an empty array and it will do the executions further on based on this. Now I need to create a document which will be mongoose.model, not mongo, mongoose.model, please. Great. Now we want document, which is the name of the collection, and we will pass in our document schema. Now I will just take this document and export this, not document schema. If you notice this, then you're well on your way to go ahead. Now in the document.js, like always, we are going to import express. So we'll have constant express is equal to require express. Then we are going to have constant document, which is equal to require /models/document. I'm importing the model. Then I'm going to create my own document router. So I'll have constant document router is equal to express dot router. Correct. Now I can go ahead now. So I'll have document router dot post, and here I need to mention the URL first. So I'll have doc/create, not URL, path. Then the auth middleware. Let me see if I can import it. I can't seem to import this. So I think I'll have to import it like this. So I'll have auth is equal to require /middleware/auth. After that, we can have asynchronous request response, and then we're going to have a semicolon. And I think I wasn't able to import because I was missing I was keeping this parenthesis in between. When I remove that, I will be able to import. Great. So now after this, obviously the try and the catch block, right away we are just going to mention the catch block. So I'll just copy this, paste it in here, and now in the try we want to create the document. So what is the document going to be? Well, let document is equal to new document. We are going to create the object of the new document and then store it to database. Very simple stuff. We did this for the user as well. So if you want, you can pause and go ahead and try to remind yourself how to do this. Alright. If you aren't able to do it, no problem. It's still the start, so we can just follow along. So we'll have created at from the request.body. Why are we having that? Because created at is time based. Now, since it's time based, there can be some delay from the server, from the client side. From the client side, when the data comes and we post it to the server, there can be some delay, due to which the created at function, the created at variable will have different time zones. We don't want that delay. So right away, we are just taking from the client side and sending it to the server side. We don't want two different values in the client and the server side. That's why. Now here, first of all, we want to pass in the UID, which is going to be request.user. You can see if it was UID, then we could have done it this way. But since it's request.user, which contains the ID of the user, because we have the auth middleware here, only authenticated personnel will be able to access our application. Now in the title, well, what should the first title be? It should be untitled document. Alright. Whenever we create a document, we want it to be untitled document. And then we want created at. After that, we are just going to do document is equal to document.save, and we want to do await because it's asynchronous process, promise. And then we can just do rest.json document. Easy enough. And document will automatically generate the ID for us and all of that stuff, which will be really helpful for us later on. But here we have it. Now we just need to export this document router and go to our index.js file, where here I'm going to I'll use it after auth router. So I'll have app.use document router. The matter doesn't really matter, but auth router, if it's first, I feel better. Now I can go to my repository and here create document repository.dart file. So here, first of all, I'll have to create my class called document repository. Then I'm going to have final client underscore client. Then I'm going to create a constructor out of this. So let's quickly create that. And here I can't seem to use this anymore. So I'm just going to have client. And then client is equal to client. Great. Now what I can do is create a document, so which will be future error model. Now we will just return error model just literally everywhere, except where we don't want to handle the errors or anything. I'll do that in a few functions, but I'll let you know. You'll have to do it if you want your application to be better. Anyways, so here I'm going to have asynchronous, a try, and a catch block, because while sending the HTTP request there can be some errors. And here I'm going to copy most of the things from auth repository, but again I would recommend you to not copy and write it on your own. It would be better for you. But here I'm just going to literally copy all the boilerplate code. I've written all of that, so I would recommend you to write it too. But anyways, we don't need all of this stuff. Let's remove the bracket from the bottom as well. Now let's save this much. So what do we want to do? Well, we want to share a post request. We want to import this host variable as well. But now here we want /doc/create. Then we want the headers, and now we'll always need the token. So we'll always have to accept this from the parameter. We can't do this over here because I'm not making ref calls in my repository classes. But here I also need to pass in a body, correct? So the body is going to be, let's just get it. Okay, so the body is going to be created at, and now I'm just going to send in datetime dot now dot milliseconds since epoch. Also we need to JSON encode this because we are sending the body. We can't just send a map, right? We can't send an object. We want to encode it. So we'll have JSON encode, and here also I'm going to encode this. Now after I get my response, I'll check if it's case 200. If it's case 200, then I don't want to do any of the stuff. I want my data to be very simply document model, and I will have to create that document model as well. So here I'm going to quickly create my document model. You can see how helpful models are even in Dart, even in Mongoose. I hope you're getting the hang of them. So here I'm going to have class document model. What all stuff are we going to have? We have already decided that in the document model in our Mongoose file. A user ID created at title and content. Let me just have this as well. So let's quickly type all of that out. Final string title, final string UID, final list content, and I'm not giving this list any type. You might notice I'm not doing list of string. I'm not doing list of int. We don't know what the type is because it can be literally anything. It can not be just string, it can be anything. That's how the document that we are going to create will work, because there are going to be bullet points, there are going to be tick marks, there is going to be bolding, italicizing, changing font size, changing font family. All of that will be very different. So it's just going to be list which is dynamic, can have any value. Also we are going to have date time created at, and finally the thing that we have not mentioned here. So let's remove this now. It's useless now. So we'll just have final string ID. Now we can take this bulb icon, generate a constructor. We can take this bulb icon, generate JSON serialization. But here in the from map function, always make sure that this ID is map underscore ID. Don't change this UID now, because this UID will be the UID, because in the document we have created this UID property which is the user ID. But the ID property is the ID of the document. UID is the user ID of the document that we are storing. So make sure to change this. Now we can save this, and in the document repository, we'll have the data as document model dot from JSON res dot body. And here we don't have to do that JSON encode and decode thing because from JSON will do that, but we had to do it earlier because we had two things returning earlier, which if you go here, I can again show it to you, the user and the token, but here we are just sending off the document. Great. So now here, let's remove all of this. Let's break it out. And I think this is pretty much it. This is our function to create a new document. So I can go to my screens folder in the home screen, and here I will create a function called void create document. So what is this going to be? Well, first of all, let's just make it asynchronous because we are going to call the create document function. And then we are going to first of all get the token because we want to pass in the token. We'll have ref. So let's get the ref dot read, and then we are going to have auth repository provider dot, I don't think we need auth repository, we need user provider dot token, and this user can be null, but now it cannot be null because we are in the home screen. We are on the home screen only when the token is not null. So we want to not get this null check operator error. Now we are going to get navigator, which will be route master dot of context. We are not using build context anymore, and we are using, we are not using navigator dot of context. We are using route master dot of context. We also need a snack bar, so we'll have navigator dot of context. Then we are going to get the error model, which is going to be await ref dot read. Now we are going to read auth repository provider and call get. I don't know why I keep calling auth repository provider. It's over and done. We need to create the provider for document repository. So we'll have final document repository provider, which is equal to provider ref, and then we can return from this document repository instance, and then client we can pass it in. Easy. Now we can go to the home screen, and here we can pass in document repository provider instead. Now we can finally call create document and pass in our token. Just calling the simple function, not a very weird task. Now after that we are going to check if error model dot data is not equal to null. So if the error model dot data is not null, then we are going to use navigator dot push and push it to the document screen. So we'll have slash document slash dollar error model dot data dot ID. Why can we use the ID? Because we know it's going to be an instance of the document model class whenever we use data.id. Correct? Now we need else, where we are going to have snackbar dot show. Okay, we don't need navigator off, we need scaffold messenger off. I'm not sure what I'm doing. So here we'll have scaffold messenger, then we can do snackbar dot show snackbar and then pass in snackbar. The content here is going to be a text saying, well, whatever error is there, correct? So we'll just have error model dot error, and now it cannot be null because we have already made the checks for it. Great. Now we just need to link this to our button here. So we'll have like this, create document, pass in the build context, pass in the widget ref, and there we are. But now if we do that, I think it will create the document, but it will tell us that the route was not found. If I do this, okay, we don't get anything. Let's see if we get any error. Nothing. So let's go to our document model. In our document repository, we'll go down here, and in the default, we are going to, have the error handling part done so that we know what the error is, or you can just even print it out. But never mind, since you're here, we don't need a break after default, but if you put in, no problem. Here in the data, we are going to pass in null, but the error is going to be whatever data we got from here. So we're just going to pass in res.body. Now, okay, I think we didn't even restart our application. That's why it sent us the error. But anyways, let's start it. If you do this, you can see page document and this unique ID. You can see it wasn't found. So that means it's working. We got the unique ID passed in. And if we go to our MongoDB, you can see that the document was already present there. So now why is this route problem coming in? Well, pretty simple error. The reason for that is you have not registered in the logged in route. Make sure that you pass it in the logged in route. So here what we are going to do is /document/ID. That's what you need to pass in. /document. That's what it is, /document. And then our ID. So this is the ID. You need to pass in this colon. This is called a slug. So make sure that you pass it in, and then we get a route. So we can use constant material page, and then in the child we will pass in the document screen. And in the document screen we want to pass in the ID, which will be route.path parameters, and there we are going to access the ID. And this cannot be a constant, so let's just remove that. And this can be of the type string nullable, so let's make sure that it's not nullable. Or if there is, what we can do is just an empty string. Simple enough. So here we have it, material page, child, document screen. So whatever we have passed in here, we need to pass it over here. And this is path parameters. That means you can have multiple IDs like this. For instance, if you want $something else, you can do that as well. But here the route.parameter will become like this. It will become something else over here. So you have to pass in the same thing after this colon. Anyway, so now after having this done, let's restart our application. And now if I, go back, we don't want to go on the document screen. I'll click on create. And you can see I'm coming on this screen where our document ID, and we're not seeing anything else because here I've passed in something else over here, and that's causing the error. Now if I remove this out and refresh my application, close the file. Also here I'll pass in localhost 3000. I'll click on create, and here you can see I'm going to the other screen and the IDs are similar. That means that this stuff is working. The NavBar is also gone. Cool stuff. But as you could see in the router.dart file, even if we added another part and click on saved, then reload our file and do this, we go here, but we are still on the same screen. Even though we are here, it doesn't go to the other screen. So that's a really cool feature. I like it. Then we can restart our application, and whenever we go, you can see it automatically restarted and we came on this screen. Cool. Now I can again go to the localhost 3000, which is our starting port. Now here we need to display all the available documents. I mean the documents that I have created, not anyone else. I want the documents created by me so that I can open them anytime I want. So let's get into it. So now to display them, what I'm going to do is go to the document.js route, and here create my route, very first route called document_router.get, my very first get route in the document file. So here we want to pass in the URL. So I'm just going to pass in doc/me, authentication, asynchronous, request response, and the simple route creation. After that, I want the try and catch block. So here I'm going to have that very quickly. Also, I'm going to have this pasted over here. Now in the try block, I want to get all the documents created by me. How am I going to get that? Just think about it. Did you get it? If you didn't, then simple enough. You just need to do await document.find, and now we want to find all the documents created by me. If my user ID, which is UID, in the document I've saved it like that, correct? The UID is saved as request.user's ID. I mean, the UID over here that's saved in the document collection is the same as the request.user. That means the user ID. Then we want to get them. So we will find them. Find will return to us a list of documents. Even if it is one document, it will return us a list of one document. And then we are just going to res.json and documents. Good enough? Now our route is created. Now we just need to go to our document repository and here create a very simple thing. We will just have something like this, but instead of creating a document, we are going to get the documents. So we are going to have get document. So here we are going to send a response. So it's going to be post. It's going to be get actually. And we don't need to pass in a body. The header is going to be xauth token. And here the docs/me will come in. Not docs/create. I want to get docs of mine. Now switch res.status code case 200 and then the error will be this. But before that we need to return the document. The res.body will return to us the list of all the document. We don't want to return a list. We want to return one document from the model and then put it in a list. Here if you do that, it will give you an error because res.body will be list and this accepts a string, not a list. Correct? So here first of all we'll have to create a very simple model called document models list. Let's call this documents, initially set to an empty list. Then we will do for int I is equal to 0, I is less than JSON decode response.body .length I plus plus. So what we have done, we have decoded the JSON so that we can get the length. After we decode the JSON of res.body, we can get access to the length. So what is the length of the list, correct? We'll get that and we loop through it, and every time we go through one object in the list, we want to add that. So we'll have documents.add and we'll add document model dot from JSON. Exactly this line, right? Let's just pass in, but instead of res.body, we're going to pass in that whole line that we had created earlier as well. It's going to be JSON decode response.body at I, but this will be enclosed by JSON encode. Pass it in and then add it in. Also here we need to pass in document.model.from JSON and then we'll pass in all of this stuff because we want it to be a type of document model, correct? Now we can just pass in documents over here. Easy enough. After saving it, I think everything is pretty much done. So for this, how are you going to do it? Well, there are two approaches you can take. There is a provider known as Future Provider in Riverpod, which will allow you to make your boilerplate less. But you can look into that in some of my other videos. But in this video, I'm just going to go ahead with a simple future builder. I'm going to go in the document screen in the home screen. And instead of having a centered text saying this, I'm going to have my big future builder ready. This future builder will have builder. It's going to be context and snapshot and a future which will be ref.watch, and we'll have document repository provider dot get documents. Then we want to provide it with a token. So what is the token going to be? Well, it's going to be ref.watch user provider, which can't be null, .token. A very big line indeed, I know, but we are just watching the document tree repository provider. Now we have instance of document repository. Then we are calling get documents because we have that class basically. And then we can use ref.watch to get the token because it needs a token. Now here in the builder, what we are going to have is very simple. If, where we will check if snapshot.connectionState is equal to connectionState.waiting, then what do we do? If the connection state is waiting, I want it to have a loader showing up. So I'm going to create my custom loader here, which will be called in the common tab in the widgets folder called loader.dart. This loader will be importing material dart, creating a stateless widget. We'll call this loader, and this will return a centered child of circular progress indicator. This is also going to be a constant, so we'll save this much. Then we can take this loader, return a constant loader. After that, we are going to return a list view builder, which will have context and an index, and we'll save this much. Then we also need an item count, and the item count is going to be snapshot.data.docs.link, and this data here cannot be accessed because we have not given future builder a type. We need to give future builder a type, which will be error model. Import that, and this can be null. And yeah, we are getting this error because it's not docs, but it's data. So when we pass in data, now the error fixes. Now you don't even need this. So you can remove this line and it still works. So now in our item builder, first of all, I'm getting my document model because, well, this is a list view builder. I have the item builder, and we are getting list of documents, correct? Now I want to get a particular document. So for that, I'm going to do document is equal to snapshot.data.docs. I'm not sure why I'm using docs continuously, but it's .data at index. Now I have access to the document. So what I can do is return a card of child center, and the text will be the text is going to be document.title, because whenever we see a card, we want the title to be there, correct? And we need a style, which will be constant text style, which will be font size 17. I'm going to make it a bit bigger so that, it looks cool. Also here we are returning, so we want a semicolon. Now I'll save this much and see what I'm getting. So I'll just refresh my application. And here you can see untitled document. These many are showing up, which is actually correct because I created many documents because I thought it was a bug in my application. But with you, if you clicked on this once, then you might have just one. But anyways, there are a lot of things to fix. First of all, the height of the card. The height of the card right now is just what the text size is. I want it to be a bit bigger than the text size, correct? So for that, I'm going to wrap my card widget with a widget known as sizebox so that I can give it a height of 50. Now if I save this much and again reload my application, now it looks much bigger and much better. Now I want to reduce the size of this. If I pass in the width over here, it won't work. For example, if I give it a width of 200 and save it and then restart the app, you can see nothing really works. So I'm going to remove this, but give list view builder a sized box widget. So we'll have wrap with widget, call it sized box, and then give it a width of 600. Now I'm going to save it, reload the application, and here we have it. Our card is now 600 width. I want this to shift in the center, right? So I'm just going to wrap this sized box with a centered widget and save it. Now again restart the app, and here it is in the center. Pretty cool. I also want some margin from the top, right? Even from here, even from here. So what am I going to do? Well, I'm going to replace this sized box with a container so that I can give it a margin. When I don't have to give it a margin, I'm going to use a sized box, but otherwise I will just use a container. Now I'll have constant edge insets dot only, and from the top I want 10 of margin. If I restart now, you can see it looks much better. It's not stuck to our navigation bar, which is cooler. Now, whenever I click on this, I want to go to the document screen, and well, our magic will start. The document socket connection. How are we going to achieve that? Very simple enough. We are just going to wrap the center widget with a widget called as Inkwell. Why am I using Inkwell? Because I want the on tap property. And why am I not using gesture detector instead? Let me show you. If I restart the app, you can see whenever I click on this, right now it's giving me this because I don't have to wrap it with this centered in the list view builder. Let me remove this widget. I have to wrap it inside of my card because I want to, when I click on this one card, I want this hover effect to come in. Right now it's for the entire screen. If I restart, nothing shows up because I want to pass in an on tap as well. Only then will the hover and the splash effect come in. When I restart, you can see all of this cool things happening, which is really cool. Now, whenever I click on this, I want to navigate to the document screen. So for that, we are just going to use route master, correct? So I'm going to create another function here called void navigate to document. We are going to have a build context, then the document ID as well, because we don't know what and where to move, right? We want the document ID, and we will only have access when we know which card was clicked. So we are going to have route master dot of context dot push. Then we will use slash document slash dollar document ID. Now, why did I use push instead of replace? When I push, I get access to this back button, but when I use replace, I don't get access to this back button. That means I cannot go back. It will replace the current screen. I want to push it so that, it's kind of a stack. If I go back, I can go back, but with replace, I can't go back. There's no looking back. Now we can go back to our Inkwell widget, and here have navigate to document, pass in the build context, pass in the document.id, and done. Now I'll restart my application, and whenever I click here, I go to this screen. If I click over here, I go to this one. You can see all of these IDs are different from each other. So this is the screen of our application. Now the next part is over here creating our navbar, and here we'll be able to change our title, and we will be able to display, the Google Docs icon, all that styling stuff. After that, we will get into our text editor, which is a cool thing because it's so easy. Let's dive into it really quick. Alright, so first of all, I'm going to close my terminal and close all the save files. And then I'm going to go to the document screen. And now let's think how our design should look like. This is how the design should look like. Well, what do we have here? Well, first of all, we have an app bar, which has a different color than this, because this is pure white, and by default Flutter is not giving us the pure white background color. Then we need our editing tools, but before that, you can see this line part here. That part is not because of the elevation or anything. That line is basically because of the color. So we need to add that color below the app bar as well. But first, let's start with the app bar. We want a Google Docs icon. We have already installed that in our Flutter project here. You can see when we were installing the Google logo. And then we want this text input field. This is a text input field, not anything else, because you can edit this title. And then finally at the end, we just want the share icon. Should be very easy to do for us. So let's get started with it. So here in the scaffold, I'm going to return an app bar. So let's have an app bar. And in the app bar, first of all, we are going to change the background color. So we'll pass in the background color as k white color, and then we want the elevation to be set to 0. Now let's see how it's looking. I'll have to sign in, and actually I can't sign in because I logged in from another port. See you when I go to the 3000 port. Alright, so our browser is there with us now. Let's click on sign in with Google. Here I have to enter my email. I'll see you after I log in. Here I've clicked on a document, and here you can see I'm getting the ID and even the app bar. That's looking good. Now let's try to make some changes here as well. I'm going to close the terminal. Now in the actions, because I want to add here the share button, so I'm going to click on actions and then add the button elevated button.icon. Again, we need the icon button because if you go over here, we have the lock icon and then the share button. So let's quickly create that. On press will be empty for now. Then we are going to have icon of icons.lock, lock not local. Also, I'm going to set a color to it. So let's pass in the color of k black color. After that, save it. This is going to be constant. Then here we need a constant text, and then it's going to be called share. After we share it, and let's try to restart our app. Here we have the share button. Now we need to decrease its size and stuff. And even before doing that, let's just change this black color to the normal color. That looks much better. Yep. Now we just need to reduce the lock icon size, so we can have size as 16 and then save it, restart, and this looks much better. Now we just need to make sure that we reduce its size. To reduce its size, you can take two approaches. Well, give it a size directly by passing in the style. Otherwise, you can just do Ctrl+Shift+R, wrap it with a widget called padding, and give it a padding of 8. Then restart the app, and if you see, this is looking better, but I want it much better. So I'm just going to convert it to 10 and restart again. As you can see, this looks much better to me. Now I want this to be of a different blue color, not the original blue color. I have to make some changes. So I can go to my colors.dart file. And here I'm going to create k blue color, which is equal to color dot from RGBO, which means red, green, blue opacity. So it's going to be 26, 115, 232, 1. And if you're wondering where this color is coming from, well, it's just extracted from the Google Docs share button itself. So here in the button, we are going to pass in style as elevated button.style from, and then we can pass in the color of background. So we'll have background color as k blue color. See, now if I restart the app and go over here, this looks like a more stylish button. Now we need to add the title. So what is the title going to be? These two things, the text input and the docs button, or docs icon, sorry. So let's quickly add them. Below our actions, we are going to have a title, and in the title, we are going to have a row. In that row, children, and the first child is the icon itself. So it's going to be image.asset, and then we will provide the asset, which is assets/images/docs logo.png. Now let's save this much, restart, and here we have it. Now it's too big, so we'll decrease its height. So we'll have height as 40 and then save it again. Restart the app. Here we have the docs icon fitting. Good enough. After having this, I can leave a space. So I'll have constant size box width of, let's say, 10. After which I can add another one, which is text field. Now, since we are in a row, text field works this way, that it will try to get everything in the row, but we don't give everything over here because this is a docs icon. So what are we going to do about it? Well, we have to wrap it with expanded. But if we wrap it with expanded, this text field will go till here. I don't want that. I want to give it a specific width. So for exactly that, we are going to add a sized box, which will have a width, and the width here is going to be 100, let's say. Then in the text field, we are going to pass in a decoration, which will be constant input decoration. and that will say that border should be input border dot none. Then there should be content padding, and the content padding will be edge inserts dot only from the left side 10. Then save it, restart the app, and we don't really see our text field, and we're not getting any error for it as well. To give it some value, what we have to do is create a controller. So we'll have text field controller. It's called text editing controller, my bad. Then we're going to call this title controller, which will be equal to text editing controller, and we're going to pass in an initial value. Now what is the initial value going to be? We can pass it through text argument. This will be just untitled document. Later on we are going to use this so that we can give it the initial text of something else which is taken from the database, because even if it's untitled document in the database, we are storing it as untitled document, right? But for now, let's just keep this. We are also going to call the dispose method. Here we are going to have title controller dot dispose. Now we can take this title controller, go down and pass to it the controller, which is title controller. Now we can restart the app and we have our nice text field. But 100 is too small a width, so I'm going to pass in 180. I'll restart and this looks much better. I can change the document and everything. But still, it doesn't look very good because we don't know we have come over here or this even exists, right? I mean, if I click on it, it automatically starts to serve like a cursor it puts on it. I want it to have some border. So for that, I'm going to add focus border. So whenever the user clicks on this, they will see a border. Now what will the border be? Outline input border. And then we are going to have border side. Let me have border side of border side. And the color is going to be K blue color. Let me put some trailing commas and then restart the app. Now if I click over here, you can see this works well. When I focus it, it looks good. Now below this part here, I want to add a border. You can see that there is a border here so that there is a clear distinction. To make that clear distinction, how are we going to do it? Well, AppBar doesn't support anything like that, except it has an argument called bottom. With bottom, you can pass in a container, but the problem is bottom accepts a type of preferred size widget. We can add to it an app bar and it wouldn't throw us an error, but I don't want an app bar. I want a simple border. So for that, I'm going to create my own preferred size, and in that I want to pass in a child and a preferred size. Now what is my preferred size going to be? Well, it's just constant size dot from height 1. So whatever width is there, keep all of it, and I just want to increase the height. By how much? 1. And there is a child. Now the child is going to be a simple border, so we can have container, decoration, box decoration, and we can pass in a border which will be border dot all. Now here, what color are we going to choose? Well, it's going to be gray color, correct? So again, let's go to our colors. Here we are going to have variable k gray color. If you're wondering why I don't have constant here, you'll understand right now. When I use colors.gray dot shade 800, this is not a constant. Shade 800 is not a constant, it is variable. If I put constant over here, you can see it throws an error. So I'm going to pass in variable k gray color. Now why do I want shade 800? Because when I use k gray, just the gray color, it's too prominent. I want it to be a less prominent one. So I'm going to use the lesser shade. Now I can take this, pass it in here, and what is the color going to be? Well, k gray color. Also here I want the width to be minimized, so I'm just going to pass in 0.1. Now we are getting this error. To resolve this error, we just need to push the preferred size at the top and not at the here, because widget child should always be at the last. That's what the error prompt says to us. So let's just follow that, right? Now if I restart it, everything looks good. But now still there's not too much padding from the top over here. So in the app bar, wherever we had our app bar, let's go at the top. And in the title, we are going to wrap our row with padding. After we wrap the row with padding, here we just need to pass in .symmetric, and vertical we can do 8. Let's say 9. And then we can restart our app. Now this looks much more better. There is some padding from the top and it looks much more organized. Alright, having this done, now we need to set up our controller, or you can say our text editor, the main part of our application. How are we going to do that? Well, obviously we can't use the text field over here. That's just very useless. So for that editor, we are going to use something known as a quill editor. And what is a quill editor? Well, you can find it here. Flutter Quill 6.0.0, published just 3 days ago. So there might be some code that might be a bit different from what I've written earlier, because I wasn't using 6.0.0. But let's hope not. Anyways, this Flutter Quill is like built on Quill. Quill is something used in some JavaScript frameworks. I've built a text editor with Quill.js itself, and even with React Quill when I was using React. It's a very powerful tool and I can completely rely on it. If you want to check out, you can check this out, but we're going to use this Flutter Quill. It's going to provide us with nice widgets and controllers which will make our lives much more easier. Now to set it up, well, let's just go to the documentation. You can see they've literally provided the entire code we are going to use. So let's just copy it. In the body, we are going to paste it. Now we need to import this. So let's import Quill. We need to create this controller and also remove this container. Let's see, we don't have that option to remove the container. So let's quickly remove it by ourselves. Now we need to create the controller for our Quill. So how are we going to do that? You can check out the documentation again. It's written over there. But what we are going to do is, while importing Quill, first of all, we are going to use it as Quill. Okay. Because this has some package which will interfere with our material package and we don't want that. Correct. Now we can just use Quill like this. Now let's create this controller. So we'll have Quill.Quill controller. And let's call this underscore controller. Let me have Quill here passed in, which will be Quill controller dot basic. Let me pass this in. Easy. Also make this final for now. Later on we are definitely going to change. We are going to make all of these controllers late when we use the socket IO part. But for now, let's just keep it the way it is. Now we can take this controller and we have it. Now let's try to restart our app. It will, or it should throw us an error. It doesn't. It shows us the toolbar correctly, which is great. But now you can see we are not getting any text editor as such. Why? Well, it's because of the sizing issues. What I'm going to do is, over here, remove this comment first, and instead of expanded and like this, what I'm going to do is wrap this widget with another widget known as a sized box. Sized box will give it a fixed width, which will be 750. Then we can restart our application. Now you can see we have certain width in our application. It might not be visible, but the cursor is very visible. Now to make this more prominent, we will have to wrap it with the card, right? So that we can give it a bit of elevation and change its color. So the quill part, we're just going to go ahead and wrap it with the widget card. Now let's restart. You can see some changes. It's much more elevated and visible. But now we are going to give it a color. Color is going to be K white color. That's probably the default color as well. Then we will increase its elevation to 5. Then restart the application. and it's much more easier to read. I mean, much more prominent. But now it's stuck at the top and it's not even centered. So to make it centered, first of all, you can wrap this column with centered widget, then restart. It's at the center now. Then we need to leave some space from the top. So we'll have constant size box height 10, and let's leave some space between these controllers as well. So now it looks much better. Now we just need to wrap it with a padding widget, because you can see our cursor is right over here. We want it somewhere over here. So for that, we have to wrap our quill editor with padding widget, not our card widget. Because if we wrap card, this will get padding from all of these sides. We don't want that. We want only from this quill editor. So I'm going to wrap it with a widget called padding, and the padding is going to be 30 from all the sides. Now this looks much better. You can type anything. You can bold it, italicize it, whatever good stuff you saw in the intro as well. You can also pass in snippets of code if I've not already told it to you. Anyways, so if I remove all of this, let's remove it. We have a text editor set up. Now the next part is whenever we change the stuff over here, we want it to change in our database as well. And it should be reflected as well. So let's get into it. So to update the title, what we are going to do is close all the saved documents, all the files, and then we are going to go to document.js route, and here create a new route. Well, it's going to be very similar. It's going to be the same post request. So let's copy this line. Again, if you should type it, but here I'm just going to do /doc/title. Then here I'm going to take in the ID and the title from request.body, because every document will have their own ID. I want to go to that document, find that ID, and then update their title. Correct? I mean, I will find the document by their ID and then update their title. So here what I'm going to do is constant or document is equal to await document dot find by ID and update. This is another method. Basically we find by ID and then update whatever field we want to update. So here I'm just going to pass in first of all the ID, and then I'm going to pass in the title, and that's pretty much it. Now we have updated the document. I just need to do res.json document, because I don't even have to do this. It already updates it and does all the stuff behind the scenes. We just need to return this document and we're done. Easy enough. Now we can go to our document repository and here create another function to update the document. So I'm just going to copy this entire function. Let's go down and here paste it in. So this is going to be called update document. Here we are going to get the token. Along with that, we also need the ID and we also need the title. Now, since there are 3 parameters, what I like to do is make them named arguments so that it's easier for us. I'll just pass in required everywhere and then save it. Also, let's put a comma here so that the formatting does this work. Alright, so we have the error model there. Now we will have a response field post, but here it will be host doc title. Then we'll pass in our token, because here we have passed in the Auth Middleware. Then we want our body, but in the body this time we are going to have, we'll remove this line and then we'll have ID. We'll pass in the ID. Then we are going to have a title and the title will be title. All of them from the parameters here. I don't think we even need the update document part. We'll just do it void, because we know there are very less chances of this not working. So I'm just going to remove all of this. I'm not going to return anything. But if you want, you can just go ahead and do the error handling part. It's much better and much easier. And it's good to do always. But I prefer not to do it this time. And it's not update document. It's actually update title. Let's remove this line. We'll just do this part. But obviously, again, I'll tell you, error handling, you should do it. I'm not doing it. I just don't want to waste much more time. Great. Now I will go ahead in the document screen. Here I'll create a function to call that method void update title. We will need widgetref so that we can call the document repository. So I'll have ref.read document repository provider dot create or update title. Then we need to pass in the token, which is ref.read. Let's find the user provider. And then we'll just pass in the token, and this can be non-nullable because we are logged in. Then we want the document ID. Don't confuse it with the user ID. We want the document ID, which we are going to get from widget.id, whatever we are getting from the constructor, correct? Because that's the document ID as well. And then we need the updated title. So that means what do we need to update it to? Well, we are going to get that whenever the user submits this field, correct? So what are we going to have? Well, we will just get the value from your string title. Now, whenever the user clicks on enter, that means that the user does this and clicks on enter, then we want the text field to get updated. So for that, we are going to have an on submitted option. This will give us a value. So whenever the on submitted part is triggered, what value will we receive? Well, the entire string there. So here what I'm going to do is call this function called update title, pass in the widgetref, and the title will be value. Great. Now let's restart the application. And here I'm going to store it as titled document. I'm going to click on enter and nothing really happens. If we restart our application, we see nothing. So there is no way of knowing for the user as well that is it saved. So exactly for that, we also need to retrieve the content of the document. So whatever is passed to it, we want to update it as well whenever we refresh the document. Because here I've passed in the title. It's stored in the database as well. I'm very sure about that right now. But I want to display it whenever we refresh or come to this document. So how are we going to do that? We're going to go to the document.js part. I'm going to copy this get route. And then I'm just going to get this document. What is this document? Well, whatever document we have. We want to get the data of this document. So we are just going to fetch the data by its ID and then just return it out. So here, how do we get the document ID? There's no way because this is a get route. Get routes don't have body. So how will I access the ID? So for that, there is the slug part. Now this might be very familiar because in the router.dart part, we've done the same thing. As I said, the routing part is very similar in Node.js, React Router DOM, everything. So here we have ID. Now we can access this ID. That's whatever is passed to it. Also, let's remove this. We don't need me. So we have /docs and then we need to pass in the ID. Now to get access to this ID, what we can do is just use request.params.id. With this, we have access to the ID of whatever is passed through it. So we are passing the document ID in the URL of the route itself because we don't have access to request.body over here. Now, what am I going to do? Well, find by ID. I'm just going to fetch it. So this is going to be a constant document and then just return this document. Easy enough. Now again, I'll go to my document repository and I will create the get function for our content as well. So let's copy this get route because it's going to be very similar. Let's paste it here. Then we are going to call this get document by ID. Then we want the token and also the ID of the document. Then we are going to do get, but here we are not going to have doc/me. We are going to have doc at ID because that's the route, right? Document, and this will make sure that we have access to request.params.id. This is basically request.parameter. This is like what parameter is passed to it. I call it slug. Same thing. Then we will pass in the header the token because we have the auth middleware, then the case 200. But here we don't have a list of document, we just have a single document. So for that, what are we going to do? Well, simple enough. It's much simpler than what we have done before. We'll just remove all the for loops and stuff. Also remove all of this. And here we are just going to have response.body and we'll pass it in as the data as well. You can see this looks much better. Document model.fromJSON res.body, because this will return to us a single body. We have used find by ID, not find. This will return to us a list, but this will return just a single document because IDs are unique in MongoDB. We have the default one as well, but here I don't want to throw this error. What I want to say instead is that this document doesn't exist. Please try again later. That's the only possible conclusion for us, because if the user goes to this route, let's say 44, then we want to tell them that, yeah, this route doesn't even exist in our MongoDB, or it's not accessible to you, but accessible to someone else, correct? But that's not the feature we are looking forward to. We're just saying that this document does not exist in the entire app. So we are just going to throw an error. When we throw an error, it goes to the catch block. And here we are anyways having the error model created. So here I'm just throwing this document does not exist. That's it. And here let's add another one. Please create a new one. This sounds much better. Alright. Now we can go to the document screen, and here we will call this function in the init state, because whenever our application reloads, we want it to show. That's when init state also loads up, right? So here I'm going to create the function called fetch document data. I'm going to copy this function, go down here, I have fetch document data, and here it's going to be asynchronous. Now the first thing we need to do is get the error model and start displaying it. So here I'm going to have error model is equal to await ref, and I need access to ref, so I have to and we already have that because we have a consumer state. And now I just realized, why do we use error model here when we also have to use it later on when using Quill controller? Because the content of our application will also change, correct? Whenever we type something, it will start auto saving it and it will store to the database. Even then the content will also change. So we need it there as well. So instead of creating it like this, I'm going to create it as a variable in this class. So I'm just going to have error model like this, but it will initially be null. Correct? So that we can distinguish that the data has come or not. Otherwise we'll get late initialization error. Now we can do await ref.read document repository provider dot get document by ID. Then we need to pass in the token ref dot read. What is our token? Well, first of all the user provider, which can't be null, then the token, and then the document ID, which is widget.id. Simple. We know all of this. Now we have access to error model, and we're not creating a new one, so make sure you remove that, because if you put this, it will create a new variable of local called error model. We don't want that. We want to set it to this global variable. Now here we are going to check if error model dot data is not equal to null. So I'm making sure error model is not null, because here error model will get some value. So error model will definitely not be null here, but error model dot data can be null. So if it's not null, then what do we do? If there is no null, that means we have successfully got the document model. That means the correct document and the data. So what we can do is just use title controller dot text is equal to error model dot data dot title. This might not be accessible here, but you can just use as document model and wrap it with a parenthesis so that it automatically identifies, and then later on you can use any of the function. Correct? So I'm just going to do that, and I'm also going to call the setState function. If I call the setState function, it will rebuild the widget. and after rebuilding it, it will show us the current proper title. So if I restart my application, let's see over here, I'm still getting title document. And I just realized why this is not working. I have to remove this. Actually, let's just go to the localhost 3000. And now you can see title document showing up, which is the updated title. If I click over here, it's showing title document as well. If I refresh it again, it's showing title document. That means this part is now working. We have successfully got the data. Now the next part, and obviously before going to the next part, let's try it out again. If I restart my browser, title document correct. And if I go to the localhost 3000, we have seen that already, it updates the title. That's pretty good. Anyway, so this is a document and we have done all of that. Now the next part is whenever we write over here, we do the collaborative editing part and implement the autosave functionality. For that, we need to jump right into sockets. And we'll start off by understanding what really sockets are, how are we going to use it in our application, and well, just writing the code for it. It's pretty simple. Let's go. So let's start off by understanding how sockets work. I have my own diagram here. So I have my client server here. Again, our basic back-to-back client and server model. So whenever the client sends some information, it's usually only then the server can send information. That's how HTTP request works. That's how we've been making our REST APIs work, right? We tell them, please send us data. Server sends us the data. But in sockets, what happens is client says, yeah, I want a connection. Then the server keeps on giving the connection. And then whenever we again tell the client that, yeah, some data has changed, server keeps sending that. If we set an interval, server will keep doing that. And you can do it as many times as you want, and it's very quick as well. Sockets are designed for this purpose itself. It's kind of like a wrapper around HTTP. Not really, but you can consider it that way. It is HTTP, but with more features, which is real time. So whenever we get some data, it's going to be real time, and it will keep on sending the data to us, every bit of information. So if the client suppose says, yeah, I want to start listening to it. So client said, I want to listen. The server will send out the data. Whenever some data changes, we can make sure that server sends it back to them. Correct? But how and why are we using sockets for like multiple users? For example, we have client over here. Suppose this is another client and they're all attached to the same document. So we have 3 clients who are attached to the same document. For example, this is my iOS phone, this is my web, and this is my Android phone. They're all connected to the same document. So first of all, we need to make sure that they're connected to the same document. Only then will the sockets work. And they're also obviously having the same server, which is our custom server. But since they've joined the same document ID, we have to make sure that socket joins their ID. They all have their own sockets, correct? So we need to make sure the sockets join their ID, and after which, if this client, the web client tells, yeah, there is some change, please send this to all the user. The server will send it here, and here. If it was HTTP and if web sent the server request, server would send it to only this part, only back to the client. But with sockets, we can make sure that every client gets that information. If there is a change, we can broadcast it to all 3 of them. Right? But what if I want to send it to only 2 of them, or only to the ones that are there in the room, or only to the ones that are not there in the room? Well, you obviously wouldn't want that, but what if you want to do that? Well, there are many options on that, and we're going to look into it. Socket provides all of that to us. But I hope the simple explanation was clear. If there are 3 clients, if we use HTTP, and if one client sends some data to the server, it will only be sent back to that user. It won't be sent to everyone in that room. Correct? But with socket, we can send it to everyone. Now, how are we going to connect to socket? Well, for that, we are going to have socket.io client. This is from the client and from the server side both. You can see that we are sending from the client and we are getting from the server as well. So we are going to use socket client on both the sides. With Flutter, we are going to use this, and with Node.js, we have already installed it, Socket.io 2.3.0. This is very important, 2.3.0, as I've already mentioned it to you. You can see here, port of awesome JavaScript Node.js library, Socket.io client, version 2.01 to version 3.03 in Dart. We need to use them, as I've used 2.3.0, but there's another problem with this. When I use Socket.io client 2.0.0, I couldn't connect to my server. There was some issue from, I don't know from where, and I'm not even sure why I couldn't get it working, but when I lowered down the version, it started working. So I'm going to use that version. You can try with 2.0.0. If it works for you, then great. If it doesn't, then simply go to your pubspec.yaml file, add this dependency, but here it will be the version 1.0.2. Make sure flutter pub-get is run. I'm going to close this Dart compiler, clear it off, and now I'm going to create an instance of this Socket.io client. Now I can't just go on and create that instance in the document screen. Well, first of all, it's about keeping the business logic away. And second part is that what if I want to use it in some other screen as well? For example, this document screen has some collaborative editing, but I want to use that in other screen as and when I expand the app. I won't be able to create instances of the Socket.io client again and again, because Socket.io client doesn't for some reason accept that. So we want to make sure that one single instance of Socket.io client revolves around our entire app. So to do that, we are going to go over here in a library folder and create clients. We'll have our first client called socket_client.dart. And how are we going to make sure that single instance remains throughout the class? For that, we are going to use singleton design pattern. So here we are going to have a class of socket client. Then we are going to have socket, and we are going to import it not from .io, so let's import it again, but from Socket.io client. Let's remove .io, and I'm going to use it as io instead, so that there's no confusion. So I'm going to have io.socket, which can be nullable, socket. Then we're going to have a static instance of socket client that we can pass from our function. Then here we are going to create an socket client private constructor. How are we going to do that? Socket client.internal will make sure our constructor here is private and cannot be initialized. Now I'm going to give this socket the value. So it's going to be socket is equal to io.io. That's how you connect to a URI. And then you need to pass in the URL. So for us, it's very simple. It's just going to be host, correct? Now we can have string, dynamic, and a map. That's what it requires. Also here, let's import our host. So this is how the connection is going to be done. We need to configure the socket, and then we just need to call socket.connect, and it will connect. Also, this has to be non-nullable. Now here I need to pass in some important functions, for example transports, and this will be WebSocket. We need the transportation through the WebSocket, and then we need AutoConnect set to false. We don't want it to AutoConnect, right? We've always wanted us to connect it ourselves. Then this is the private constructor. Whenever you want it will be called and it will connect. And then we also need to provide the instance, correct? So how are we going to do that? Well, we're just going to create a function for it, static socket client get instance. Then we are going to check if the private variable instance is null. Then we want socket client.internal. We can call this in the class itself, but we cannot call outside of this because socket client internal has become a private constructor, like private variable. So this syntax basically means that if there is no instance and the instance is null, then we want to create a socket client internal, and that will make sure we connect. Otherwise, we will return that same instance. Then we can return that instance from here. Also, this will be private and it cannot be null. So this is our socket client package. Now, after having all of this done, we need to go to over here and have socket repository dot. All of our socket repository calls or socket calls are going to be here, where we are going to send to the server, just like via our document repository and local storage repository. Now, before going to the socket repository, let's connect to our server as well. We've connected to the client. Now we need to make sure we connect to the server so that we know, yeah, the connection between the client and the server is successful because we have passed in the correct port as well. If we had not passed it, there would be some error. Now let's go to the index.js file, and here we need to require constant, first of all, HTTP, because we want to create our socket server. Then we need to create a server, which will be variable server equal to http.createServer. And how are we going to create the server? Exactly for that, we are going to go down and do app. We need to create the server with the app, with Express. So here we are going to pass in http.createServer app. And now we need to do the socket connection. So what we are going to do is variable IO is equal to require, as you might have guessed, socket.io. And this should make sure that IO has some value. But here I'm going to even call the function where we need to pass in the server, which is our server. You can see what we've done is required socket.io. And usually what we do is socket, and then we store it in another variable called IO, which is equal to socket, like this, correct? But now I've done a shorthand syntax for this, and I've done it this way. Great. Now I can come over here below the mongoose call. I'm going to do it. IO, let me have IO correctly, dot on connection. So whenever the connection is made, this is how we listen to the socket IO calls. IO.on connection. So if the connection is made with our client side or with any other client, then it will say, yeah, the connection has been made. And here it will give access to the socket object, using which we can send data to our client side as well. So if the connection is made, we'll get access to socket, and with this socket, we can send data to our client side. Now I can just type console.log connected just to make sure that we have connected or not. Plus, I also want to show you socket.id. This is the socket ID. That means every client that connects to it will have their own unique socket ID, and this can be accessed using this socket.id. Even on the client side, we have the socket client, right? Even this has their own client ID. If you want to access that, I'll show it to you. But here first of all, we are going to have socket repository, which we are going to create using final, and we are going to have socket client, which is having a private variable, which is going to be equal to socket client. And you can see I cannot create a constructor on it. You can see that. So what I'm going to do is .instance.socket, and it cannot be null because socket here will never be null, because we are if there is no value, we are not sending any value. But if there is a value, and this value can never be null, because here we are just passing in a null check operator. Basically, if there is no value, it will run the connect command and it will connect it. And if there is a value, then it will directly return that. If you want to make sure that this socket client is used somewhere else, you can just create a getter of this. So we have socket client, and we'll pass in the socket client. Also here the return data type will be socket now. Let's save this much and see what we're getting. So I'm just going to make this socket repository call and use this socket client. I'm going to call this socket repository so that I get to know if it's successful or not. So I'm just going to do socket repository is equal to socket repository. And I think this is pretty much it. It should work because whenever I call this class, this is going to get executed, and the connection, if it is made, then it should print it out. Also here you can see we have some error over here. IO is not defined. So we need to go up here and you can see we are naming it socket, not IO. So let's name it IO and save it. Now the connection is successful and we need to restart our app because why not? Then we can sign in with Google. Now I'm logged in. So I'll go to the title document and I'm going to the node server. Nothing really gets printed out. So what I'm going to do is create a test call and show you a demo of how the test call will be made. So basically, whenever we, let's not create a test call actually. What I'm going to do is, as I said it to you, socket client has to join a server so that, our socket and our whole server knows, our whole application knows that this socket has joined, this is in this room, so that we can send some data to a particular room itself so that some clients listening to it will get. So for example, if there is this server as well, but it's not connected to the same document as these 3 clients. So it's connected to the server but by a different document ID. Now we don't want the server to send the same data over here as well. So how are we going to achieve that? Well, by making sockets join a particular room so that a server can send data to a particular room. So for that, I'm going to create a function called join room. Then we are going to get the document ID. And then we are just going to use socket client.emit join. And then we need to pass in the document ID because we want to join a particular document ID. That is the room ID as well. Now I can go to the server and here instead of this call I can say socket.on join. So as I mentioned, io.on will listen, socket client.emit, then we need to pass in what is the key, like we are emitting join, but we will have multiple calls in our application. Each call will have a different string. So that would make it easier for us to make our application accessible, right? If everyone has the same name, then how do we distinguish between the different requests sent? So we have socket client.emit and we are sending the document ID so that we can join the room with that ID. So whenever there is a join, we are not going to get the socket back here because socket instance is already there with us. We're going to get the document ID, whatever document that we passed in over here. We're going to get the same data, but this doesn't necessarily have to be document ID. This can be data as well. You can call this anything. This is basically your variable. And then we are creating the callback function. So whenever we get this join, what do? Well, we are just going to use socket.join method and join to this particular document ID. Simple enough. Now I can go to my document screen and in here I'm going to join the particular room. So I'm going to have socket repository dot socket client. Actually, I'm just going to have socket repository dot join room and we need to pass in widget.id. I'm going to do it at the top before even fetching the document data because later on in our document data function, we're going to make some, socket calls. So let's have it right at the top. So whenever our web page reloads, let's just join the room. Now, if I go to this particular screen, let's refresh. There is a title document, but we don't know anything because we've not logged it out. So let's say console.log join. Now I'll go to my socket repository again, also restart my app, and again go to the node terminal. Nothing really shows up, and the reason it's not working is because if we go down here, we still have app.listen, but our server is now this http.create server. So we need to start listening with this. We'll replace app with server, and now you can see connected at port 3000, joined, connection successful as well. So everything now works. We have done the socket joining part as well. So this is connected. Now the next part is whenever we type something, we need to send it to all the users in this room. How are we going to achieve that? Let's understand with the diagram again. I'm going to remove all of this and let's start fresh. So we are going to have our 3 clients. Suppose we will have 1, 2 and 3 clients. Then we have our server. Then suppose this one, and let's just assume all of these documents are connected to the same document ID and they are in the same room. Alright. So now what will happen? This client will send the data to the server that, yeah, I've changed something. So whenever there is some change, we are going to send this to the server. This server is going to return it back. Let me change the color. This will change this color. I didn't know it will change the entire color, but anyways, this will send it back to all 3 of them. Unless we tell it not to send to this part, because they've already made the change in their document. We want the change to be made in this one and this one only. We'll send from this one and they'll send it to everyone except the sender, because this has already made the document change. For example, if I type over here, this has already made the change in the document, correct? But the other 2 that are connected to this document haven't made the change yet. So we will send the data to both of them, but not this one. Otherwise, this will also start typing over here. And whenever they receive the data, we'll make sure that Quill, we have the Quill controller, alright? We have this Quill controller for a reason. This Quill controller will take that data and make sure that it updates the content over here as well. That's going to be very simple for us, but there is a bit of logic there as well. So I'll get to it very soon. So how are we going to write the code for this? Well, in the socket repository, we are going to create a function. We are going to have void typing. So whenever the user types something, we are going to get typing, and this will be map string dynamic data. It's going to be of the type map. So whatever data we get, it's going to be of the type map, and we are going to send it over, because we are going to convert whatever data we get in the format of map, because it's going to be 2 things. Delta, which is something like a format. So you have text format, you have let's say JSON format. There is a delta format as well. With the delta format, we can have multiple things, right? For example, bullet points and all of those stuff, bolding, italicizing. With delta format, we can make sure that we can pass all of that data to the document or to the socket or to our MongoDB as well. So what am I going to do? Well, socket client dot emit, simple enough, and then we are going to emit typing. This one was join, this one is typing. So you know what to put in the server, right? Socket.on typing. Then we are going to send off the data. This data cannot be anything other than just one variable. This can be a map or a string or an int, but it has to be one variable that you're sending across. Since I have 2 variables to pass, I'm converting it into a map format. Now I'll go to my index.js file. I'll have socket.on typing. So whenever I get the typing request, we will get 2 things. Well, it's just going to be data for now. And whenever we get that data, we are going to do socket.broadcast. This is something new. Now what is this broadcast? Broadcast basically means that the data which we are sending from the client to the server will be sent to everyone except the sender itself. Exactly what we want. If this is the sender, then we want the data to go to everyone except the sender. So that's what broadcast will do. Then we can have .to, which means we will send it to a particular room only. If we don't add to, it will send it to everyone, be it like a third client as well, which is not connected to the same client as these three, but is some other document itself. Even this, but this server will tell, okay, you didn't tell me to send it to this room, so I'm sending the data to this one as well. But wouldn't that be confusing, right? Because this document doesn't even care about it. So yeah, here we are going to have socket.broadcast.to data.room. We can access objects using data.room, and this is what we are going to pass in. We want to pass in the room ID so that we can broadcast to a particular room, and we are going to send in the data which is the delta. So here we are going to have .emit, and we are going to have changes. So these were the changes. Take back your data. After sending it across, again I'll do it on the socket repository part. What am I going to do? Well, I'm going to create a change listener. We have emitted here, but for the first time we are sending some data from the server to the client side. You can see these arrows. We are sending from the data from the server to the client side. So this client side has to listen to it as well. So we are going to have void change listener. Then we are going to have a function. Here we are going to have socket client.on changes. What is the name here? Changes. So we are going to have changes, and then we will pass in the data. But what data do we need to pass in? Well, we don't need to pass in anything. Basically, we will send in a function which will return the map. Whatever data we get here, it's going to return that same data so that it can be accessed in our UI file and make the changes over there. Because we need to compose, right? So whatever data we get here, we need to add that to the quill document. We can't access the quill document from our socket repository. So what we're going to do is accept the function of map string dynamic, call that function, and we're going to send that function across, which is data. So basically, whenever we get any changes, we're going to get this data. We're going to call this function which has data map init, and we're going to pass that out. So if we call this change listener in our init state in the document screen, let's do that. Here we are going to have socket repository.change listener, and you can see we have something known as P0, which is basically data. So whenever we add change listener, we will pass in some data. We will get some data, and with this data, what function do we need to run? Well, we basically need to tell controller. Right now the controller has some value, so right now what I'm going to do is make this nullable. Also remove the final call here. So basically this controller, I'm going to give it some value after fetching the document, correct? So here I'm just going to have, if the data is not null, then we will have controller equal to quill.quillController document. Okay, so we need to pass in the document. Now what is the document going to be? Well, it's just going to be error model data content, because it is a document model. Content is empty. So if it's empty, if the content is empty, what do we want? Because this document cannot accept it cannot accept empty document created from the delta. So here we will just pass in an empty document. But if the data is not empty, then we need to create this document from that delta. And then how are we going to create the delta? Well, we are going to create the delta from document from the JSON file. Not document, sorry. We are going to create the delta from JSON, and we are going to pass in the JSON, which is error model data content. I hope that was clear enough. And you can see even selection is needed. So selection is going to be constant text selection dot collapsed, and we will pass in the offset as 0. So here we are basically checking if the data is not null, then the title controller text should be this, and then we will set in the value of quill controller to be this. So if the content is not empty, right now it is empty, so we will pass in a document which is empty. But if it is not empty, then we will pass in document from delta, and we're going to create delta from the JSON file, and we're going to pass in the content. But this content, we are sure that it's JSON of delta is because we are going to store it that way again. Now in the change listener that we wanted to work on, we are just going to use controller.compose. So whenever we get some data, we want to compose it, right? We want to make sure that controller can update the document. And now after this, we don't need to call setState because compose within itself calls notify listeners. With notify listeners, it will notify this quill controller. Also here you need to pass in that it's not null, but before that we need to make a correction that if the quill controller is not equal to null, then, but if it is null, then we want to return a scaffold with the body as the loader. Also here it will be a constant scaffold. We can go at the bottom, pass in non-nullable now. Because here if it is null, then we are going to return a loader. Now we can go back to the top here and compose it. We know that it will refresh the document itself, not the entire widget, so we are safe there as well. Now here in the delta, it will be delta dot from, and this will be quill dot delta dot from JSON, and then we will pass in the data, which is going to be data at delta. That's how we will send in the information. When we create that function, you'll get to know. But basically, this is how our data is going to look like. As I said, it's going to have two properties, delta and room. So delta is over here. Now the text selection is going to be controller.selection. And if it is null, then we want to use our own value, constant text selection.collapse offset 0. And the source here is going to be change source.remote. This is going to be very important in our application. Also here we'll pass in quill. This is going to be very essential for our application. I'll let you know why. But basically we've composed this. Now we have quill.changeSource.remote. This can be local as well, but this will be remote. I'll tell you why when we create now the typing function. So now how do we listen to the changes in our document? So whenever I type, how do I listen to it? Well, what you can do is whenever we fetch the document, after that we can just have controller.document.changes.listen. And you can see as easy as it gets. Whenever there is a change in our document, we are listening to it and we have access to the event. And this event is a tuple which gives us delta, and a change source. Delta, the first delta is going to be the delta telling us the entire new controller document. So this is the entire content of the document. Then we have second, which is the changes that are made from the previous part. Basically this is the entire document. If I type like this and then I again type this, you can see this is the entire content of the document. So it will, every time there is a change, delta, the first delta in this tuple will give us this entire part. But the second delta will give us only this S, which is the change that is made. And third is the change source. So what is the source that had the change? Is it local? If it is local, that means that we have typed it over here, correct? So we have type. But if it's remote, when is it going to be remote? Whenever we have composed this. So it's going to be composition from this change listener. So whenever we send data from here to our server, which will send it over here, we can compose this data and send in remote. That means that the document will change again. Right? So here we are composing it, and when we compose it, the document will again change because this content over here will change. That means this function will be triggered again because document.changes.listen. I mean, it won't happen on this document, but what if we have our second browser as well? We are listening there. What we did was, suppose, let me just bring it up. I'm going to bring it up like this. Suppose I have localhost 3000 here as well. I'll bring both of them together here. So suppose both of them are linked to the same file. Now, if I make the change over here, let's say, then it will change over here as well. Correct? That's how our logic works right now. But when it changes over here, this document will get notified that, yeah, this is changed. This will get triggered. Then this will again send it to a server. Server will again send it to all the clients that are connected, which means this one. And this one will also get the A. Then again, the loop will happen. This will send it across over here. This will send it across over here like this. And by just pressing one key of A, we have gotten an infinite loop. Now to escape that, we have this change source. So if the change source is remote, we have passed in over here. If this is remote, that means we have got it from this part. That means we just have to return from this document. We don't have to make any changes. We don't have to send anything to the server again. But if it is local, then we want to send it to the server. So let's add that logic here. Well, first of all, we need to check if the data.item, let me get this event. So event.item3 is equal to quill.changeSource.local. If it is local, then only we have to send it to the server. So we'll have map string dynamic map is equal to this. Then we can have a delta property, and in this delta property we can pass in event.item2. Now why are we passing item2? As I said, item2 will get you the changed part. We don't always want to get the whole you can say whole text over here, because what if our paragraph gets like, suppose, 1,000 characters long? We don't always want to refresh 1,000 characters when we just type one character, right? Suppose this is 1,000 characters, I type this A over here, Q over here, it will rebuild this entire part. Why do I do that? Instead, with compose, what we can do, if you just go up here, you can see compose will make sure that it will take all the item 2s, basically all the deltas that are changed. It will compose them with the existing deltas. Then we are going to pass in the room, and the room is going to be widget.id. And then we are going to second it across. So for that, we've already created our function socket repository.typing, and we'll pass in our map as the data. After sending this, I can go to my dart, I can restart. Now you can see I'm logged in. So if I go to this document, but before going to this document, what I'm going to do is create a new window altogether where I can test this app again. But since I'm already logged in from the same device, it will think that I'm logged in. So I'm just going to go in the guest mode. I can't go in the incognito mode because the cookies will be disabled there. I don't want to disable them and I can't. So I'll have localhost 3000. Again, I'll have to log in over here and make sure to log in with the same account that you had registered earlier on the Google Cloud platform. And I'm logged in. You can see there are no documents over here because I'm using it for the first time. Now what I'm going to do is create a new document. I'm going to make sure this user also gets to the same document. Now I can type A. You can see the change is there. Now if you want to see it real time, I can come over here. Let me minimize this out. Minimize this also. And here if I type, let's say A, I'm getting all of it. If I type in here, if I bold it out, italicize it, underline it, convert it to a code, everything seems to be working. So our part here is done. But what if I refresh my application? You can see it's empty right now. But if I refresh this also, it's going to be empty. That just means we haven't started the autosave feature. Now to start the autosave feature, what we are going to do is create a function for it here in our socket repository and then finally call it. So we are just going to have void autosave. Then here we are going to get the delta so that we can tell what we need to do. Otherwise, what we can do is the same map string dynamic technique. So we can have map string dynamic data and we can do socket client dot emit save and pass in this data. Alright, now we need to handle this in the index.js file. So what are we going to do? Here we are going to have socket.on save. So whenever there is a save call, what are we going to do? Well, we are going to get the access to the data, and here we are going to call the function which we are going to create outside of this. So we are going to have constant save data is equal to async. We are going to pass in the data to this function as well. Now why am I creating this extra function? Because, well, first of all, I don't want to put asynchronous over here. Another thing, it just looks cleaner. Here I'm going to have, well, let document is equal to await, and we are going to call document dot find by id. To save the data, obviously what am I going to do? Well, I'm just going to find the id. I'm going to find the document. So I'll have delta data dot delta. That is going to be the name of our content. And actually here it's going to be document id because I want to find the document by its id. So this will be data.document id. Then we will have document.content is equal to data.delta. Then we will do document is equal to await document.save. Now if you're wondering if you could have done find by id and update, yes, you could have done. But I wanted to show you the other way. You can use find by id and update and it should work just fine. Anyways, we have data.docid, data.delta, and there is going to be only two elements just like this one. You know, this had this typing one has data.content. This has data.delta. If you want, you can name this data.content as well and it should just work fine. But make sure to make the appropriate changes later on. Now we are just going to call the save data function and we are going to pass in the data. Why have I not created HTTP request for it or the RESTful API for it? Well, that's because what if you want to show like saving or saved feature here? We don't have that in our application, but what if you want to show that, right? So you can just put io.to call over here. Basically, io.to call will send it to everyone, including the user itself, that yeah, we have made some change. This has been saved. Socket.broadcast2 will send it to everyone except the sender. io.to will send it to everyone, including the sender. And if you wanted to send it to only the sender, then it will be socket.to or just socket. It should just work. But I'm not going to send anything. That's simple. Now I'm going to go to the socket repository. I don't even have an on autosave listener call. I'll just go to the document screen. Now, when do I want to autosave and how will the autosave feature work? Well, I'm just going to check my document that in every 2 seconds, I'm going to send an autosave request that yeah, it's been 2 seconds. Now let's just update the document. 2 seconds, update the document. If you want, you can make sure to update the document in as much time as you want. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 1 second, 500 milliseconds, whatever you wish to. It just depends on how many calls you want to make to the server. I think 2 is fine. It will take user to take 2 seconds to just go from here and then click on back. So I think it's a pretty good thing. So here I'm just going to, leave this part. I'm going to come here. I'm not going to put it in any function, because if I put it in fetch document data, then it will only run when it's fetching. Otherwise, in this listen function, which is basically kind of a stream. If I put it over here, you can see this is a stream subscription. If I put it over here, then whenever the user types, only then will the autosave feature work. We don't want that. We want it to work even if the user doesn't type anything. So we will have socket repository dot auto save, and then we want to pass in our map. What is our map going to be? Well, it's going to consist of 3 things, and you can see set cannot be typed, so let's pass in string comma dynamic just to tell it that this is not a set, this is a map. Alright, so what is the first thing? Delta. What is the delta going to be? How am I going to retrieve the delta? Now I don't want delta of the changes that are made. I want the delta of the entire screen. To get that, I can make use of the controller given by quill.document.toDelta. Then I want the room ID. So let's see what I've saved the room ID as. Room again. So I can just pass in room widget.id. And that's pretty much it. It should start saving. But you can see this will run only once. Only when the init state function is run, which is in the start. I don't want to save it in the start, obviously. So how do I make it run every 2 seconds? So I'm going to wrap it with timer.periodic. This timer is given by Flutter itself. So we have timer.periodic. Then we need to pass in a duration. How many times, in how many seconds should it run? So it will be constant duration, pass in the seconds as 2, and then we are going to have timer, and this is going to be a function. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it down here and save it. Now you can see every 2 seconds this timer will run. If you want, you can make this 1 second. If you want, you can make this millisecond of 500. Every 5 milliseconds it will run. But I don't want that. I want 2 seconds. So let's start. Now obviously we need to restart. So I'm going to restart from both the sides, localhost 3000. Over here also localhost 3000. And you can see there is some error in our server. Data.delta cannot set properties of null content. So let's go over here and see what's happening. The problem is it couldn't find the proper ID. This is document.findById data.docId, but we don't have anything data.docId. We have data.room. So we are going to do data.room. Now if we restart, you can see it should work. So let me restart my browser. Even this should restart. Alright. So now I'm going to make changes in title document. I'm going to share the link. This button is not working. So I'm going to make this work as well. Right now I'm going to send hi. You can see H is now there. I is also there. So hey, what's up? And all of this stuff. Now I'm going to add the bullet points as well. So, and this will also contribute to the bullet points. Also bold 1, italicize 1, and change the color of 1. Great. Now let's try to go back. So when I click here, I should go back. So how can I make that feature work? Well, we need to go to the document screen, and whenever this button is clicked, so this is the button. We just need to wrap it with a widget known as gesture detectors. We don't want inkwell because I don't want the splash effect. We'll have on tap, and we'll just do route master dot of context dot replace the current screen with slash, so that we go back to the slash part, right? And then we just need to restart. When I restart this, the content should all be the same, but it's not restarting for us. There is some bug with this, I don't know what, but whenever I try to do it with two browsers, it always does this. So I'm just going to close this. I'm going to restart my browser. I'm going to log in and see you again. We should get our data saved, and if it's not saved, then we have made some mistake in our code. Alright, so I have my browsers ready, two browsers. I logged out of one, so let me sign in again. Now I'll just come over here. Okay, so now if I go to this title document, you can see all of the data that we wrote is saved. If I take this, send it across, it's still saved, and if I click over here, I go back to this slash. Now I just need to make this share work. How is that going to work? So whenever we click on this, it should copy this to our clipboard. So we have clipboard dot set data, clipboard data, and then we can pass in the dot then as well. So what data do we need to pass in here? Well, it's going to be text. And what text do we want? Well, HTTP. Well, basically all of this entire thing. So let's just remove this HTTP. Then we will have $widget.id. Then we have .then, and after .then we are just going to have scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar. Then we are going to display the snack bar that this has been copied. Link copied. Also put a constant there, and then this is pretty much it. Let's try to restart. If I click on the share, you can see link copied. If I paste it over here, is the same link, and I come back over here. If suppose I go on a different untitled document and try to type there, the same is not happening over here, but I share the link over from here to here. I mean, of course it didn't get copied, but over here if I go, you can see we go back to the asa, all that part. Great. So our docs, Google Docs is working, all the displaying part is working, and even it's responsive. Sometimes not using media query can get you responsive websites as well. So this was it for the tutorial. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video.